Good morning. We are starting 10 minutes late, but I think it was a little bit planned. We are still missing some of our session conveners for the first session, but I think I will go ahead and just for showing respect for all of you who already came at the time that we said, then I should really start. What I'm trying to do is to give you some ideas or some highlights from what we said yesterday. I mean, the objective of these recaps in the morning is not so much to go through all the whole information that we went yesterday, but it's just to help us go through the conference with a common memory of what is going on. So it's just some highlights, some things that maybe have stuck in my mind, particularly in relation to yesterday, and there were issues for debate. So, first of all, we had a very long inauguration, in fact, and there were some highlights about, obviously, the inauguration was done by the Spanish authorities, and we had some highlights about what is happening in Spain in relation to water and energy. They told us how they are pushing the issues of partnership through the Spanish cooperation strategies and mainly the implementation of the Spanish Water Fund. So they told us that this is part of what they are doing. Promoting partnerships. They also told us that in Spain they have energy targets within the Spanish river basin management plans, and so that they are planning to develop reversible hydropower to back up renewable electricity sources. They are thinking about completing ongoing projects and to continue with hydropower development. So that was a very clear message from the Spanish government that they are moving on. And they are also aware that with climate change and increasing scarcity, they may need to change their projections and what they are doing. So more or less, this is what I got from the Spanish session on the first day. I like this phrase from Kathleen. I think that was what she said yesterday, that we were talking a lot about the need, setting the scene for the need to pursue coherence in policy objectives. And we heard that there is water-blind energy policies and energy-blind water policies. So maybe the energy community here can tell us a little bit about whether they think this is the case, and of course the water community as well. We went through quite a lot in relation to the arguments for the need of policy coherence, and I'm sure that in the session today convened by the World Bank we will be picking up some of these points. We talk about the importance of taking advantages of win-wins and sort of pursuing multiple objectives at the same time, and we got some examples of that, about increasing water and energy efficiency, lowering water consumption through conservation, labeling of water-efficient appliances, and basically on the basis of the case of Singapore. I think Kathleen also was mentioning that. We also talk about the policy coherence as a way of managing social conflict, pursuing one policy objective without undermining others. And we also got some examples from Israel and the Middle East, in the Middle East using of waste heat from thermoelectric power plants to desalinate water to produce reliable drinking water. So there was already this idea of policy coherence were helping these objectives. And we were also trying to look at how policy coherence could help manage trade-off through minimizing negative impacts on other policies. And we got examples from Brazil and Israel again. From Brazil, this idea of recycling effluent from biorefineries to reduce negative impacts on freshwater ecosystems. So there were some examples already on how we can improve the policy coherence and what they can bring about. We also heard that there are many solutions, although and these win-win solutions we just saw, low-flow fixtures, energy-efficient appliances, and I think some of them we will be seeing today. But we also saw that many of them are really trade-offs. Most of the solutions are not really win-wins. They're still, one undermining the others, irrigating biofuels, groundwater overexploitation, pumping. So improving energy access is not really helping water in some extent. So that seems to be most of the story. But, there's good news, but also not so good news. And we also heard that the water and energy nexus is context dependent. So anything we do, really each context will have different opportunities. So we know that there is still significant untapped hydropower development opportunities in countries in which electricity demand is expected to grow faster, like in Africa, but this is not general. You know, hydroelectricity potential may not be the same in all countries in Asia. So we heard about that. So, and also we heard that this idea of policy coherence is not all about one thing. You know, policy may have different objectives. It's not just about making money, making benefits, increasing value, if you want, per drop. There are other objectives in policies, in public policies, and this could include, you know, creating business opportunities, improving justice and fairness, legitimacy and political acceptance. So there is much more we have to do than one thing. So these policy coherence objectives we need to move on. And we also heard that there are obstacles to respond to the water and energy challenge, and most of the obstacles we heard about, maybe you can think about others, is that it was in relation to governance. So we see that the existing incentives are still designed to deal with water and energy separately, so the water and energy world have different incentives and they work differently. Both water and energy investments and planning are mostly based upon existing rather than on future resources. So people don't seem to be able to think ahead and think what is changing in the resource world. And we are just thinking like if we are all on today's world. There is still mutual ignorance between the energy and the water community of each other's and how they work. And there is too little advance so far in linked information and integrated decision support systems for integrated water and energy management. So both sectors still rely on engineering solutions, whilst natural green infrastructures are underappreciated. I think, Saoji, you were mentioning this here as well. So each community see each other's challenges in a self-interested way, and water issues as a barrier to energy development, but not as a whole sustainable development issue. So water as a limiting for energy rather than an opportunity. So, and we also talk about the big brother. You might remember this conversation we had yesterday, the big brother issue, to what extent are asymmetries between the water and energy sector an impediment to build effective and fair partnerships. There was a lot of conversation yesterday here for the information of the energy community that we felt that the energy community was much more powerful and they have better access to the powerful and so, you know, it will be a little bit different in the way we relate to each other. And also, we also felt that the energy community is much more innovative and dynamic enterprises versus maybe in the water community more traditional. And I'm sure that some of the people here in the water community can maybe question that. And, you know, some of the companies in water may be also very innovative, and we want to hear about that. You know, there are well-defined concepts and precise information versus debatable definitions, modeling, and weak data. As you may remember, yesterday we talked about, you know, how some of the models that the energy industry uses are maybe too simplistic, and maybe the data is using too much averages, and maybe that is not helping us to really push forward. And at least in relation to water, we normally use data which is more context-specific. And market-driven business decisions versus heavily regulated and publicly financed sectors. So that the market-driven business is the energy, and the heavily regulated and publicly financed sector will be more the water. So there's these differences, and so there's things that we need to deal with. And there was also a conversation about the need to improve. There seems to be many institutional preconditions that are missing, and we need to build effective partnerships. So like institutional incentives, platforms, governance mechanisms to manage trade-off, adequate control of lobbies, because a lot of lobbying, and strategic planning and sequencing decisions, and common information and resources among institutions, and moving beyond simple modeling, as I said before. So that's more or less about the substance. It's just a way of reminding you what kind of conversation we had yesterday. I'm sure you had much more in your mind than is here, and that you would like to think about, but I think that at least gives you a little bit of the highlights. Today we have a busy day, again, much more busy than yesterday, in fact, and we have in the morning a session of the World Bank that is divided into 3 subsessions. and it started at 10. Then at lunchtime we will have a side event on the World Water Day, and we intend to have the group photo, by the way, during lunchtime. So hopefully when we finish the session, the World Water Day event, and before we have lunch, we will go downstairs to the entrance and we have the group photo. And then in the afternoon, we have a session on the industry partnerships, and we have two subsessions, one led by UNIDO. Thank you, Igor, for organizing this. And we have one by UNEP, and thank you, Saoji, also for helping us with developing this session. In the evening at 6, there is a side event on the challenges for water and energy nexus. So this conference is also being useful for the Spanish government themselves to think about what is going on here and how they can contribute to this. And in the evening, we will be visiting the Aljaferia Palace, which is an old Moriscan palace. Here is now the venue of the regional parliament. It's a beautiful building, and we have a little words from the president, and then we will visit the place. And I really recommend you to do that, because I'm sure you're not going to have a lot of time given the program to do visits, so maybe this is part of the tourism. Well, in relation to session 1, mainly the way the World Bank has thought about this session is really making the business case for integrated energy, water planning, and investments. It's really trying to promote more policy coherence, like we just discussed before. And so trying to understand the water risks for the energy sector and demonstrating how integrated policies to water and energy can achieve greater economic and social goals. This is the objectives the World Bank has set themselves to reach. And it's doing that by looking at technology, how the technology world can help promote this with governments. They are also doing it with companies, how companies can make the private sector, how they can make the point of policy coherence, and also how governments are enhancing policy coherence. In session 2, in the afternoon, we have 2 panels, as I said. And the main issues in the panels, don't worry, I'm not going to go through all the list of the objectives in the left, it's too long. But basically the idea is what opportunities there are for the industry to improve water and energy efficiency and sustainability, and how they can improve the way they work together, and what are the lessons from existing partnerships. Just to make sure that we go to Tokyo, from here to Tokyo, I just wanted to recuperate the slide that Adil gave us in his presentation. And basically, they will be looking about the kind of cases, the kind of illustrations that we will be showing here. They are particularly looking, the Japanese government is very keen to use the World Water Day to look at how technology, research, and innovation can help us move forward on the water and energy nexus. So we'll be trying our best to do that. And they're also looking about the sustainability issues, so the environmental impacts as well, and the issues of how we can create incentives and funding mechanisms. So I think I think there's quite a lot of what is going to be discussed here today that is related to that. I'm just going to also give you a little bit of communications update. I promised yesterday that we were going to have communications, that we are not just here in this place, that there is quite a lot of people seeing us through webcast, and that also we are doing our best to disseminate everything that is being said in this room through Twitter and through a blog and through other means. So there we are. The good news is that we are in the homepage of the UN. So the conference in the homepage of the UN, so a lot of people look at this homepage, and a lot of people will be linking to webcasts. So just to give you a little bit more of a sense of responsibility in terms of what we are doing here. We are also in UN Radio. Today, we are starting the video interviews, and we hope that you will be able to... Daniela, you are going to do the interviews, so please, she will be contacting you to do these video interviews. Thank you very much. And We have prepared a press release, and it will be very useful. We have sent you an email to all of you. It will be very useful if you can distribute it in your organizations and also maybe send us your communication contacts. Some of you have been contacting us about your presentations and everything for the, when you have to make your presentations. And Andres here, this person here who is here with us from the River Basin Authority, is very kindly helping us with all the presentations. So anybody who has anything to do with that, if you haven't sent it to us by email, please give it to him. And, in principle, this is all from me. I hope this was useful as a starting for the day. Didn't want to make it too heavy. And we will start the session of the World Bank in about 5 minutes. And because I'm waiting for Diego, who's not here, the session convener, mainly because of that. Otherwise, we will be starting. I'm sure he will make it on time. Okay. Okay. Dile que pase. So, yes, we have a question here.
Yes, Josefina, just to show you that I do have a voice. Are the presentations going to be made available as the process goes along, so that people can refer to them?
Okay, so the person who's uploading everything in the web is not here. Pilar, they're asking us whether the presentations will be made available as we discuss, as we talk.
Later on today, but
Later on today. Or you want it to be before?
The sooner the possible, sooner the better.
Yeah, they will be uploaded in the web. It takes a little time to upload them, but we will make sure that at least in the evening we go ahead. So, Diego, we finished with the recap,
okay.
And we're starting with your session.
voy a meter su presentación, que no la he traído hasta ahora.
Sí.
¿Me deja un momentín, Josefina? Sí.
So do you have any other issues, questions about logistics or about anything, or you're happy? Te presento.
Y hay otra que me falta, que es la de Ana, que la tengo aquí.
No podemos estar con esto.
Entonces la han traído ahora.
Diego, siéntate y te presento y te pones a... Ya, pero primero introducirás algo, ¿no? Dirás cómo fue la sesión, qué es lo que vas a hacer y eso.
Sí, el que está ahí la cosa.
Ah, bueno.
Por eso.
Si los mandáis por internet es más fácil.
La mandé ayer, pero no sabés que no pasó.
¿Se lo haces?
¿Está la mía?
¿Cuál es la tuya?
Esa, opening. Sí.
Okay, I think we are all set now. ¿Esta la interlinkage? No, esta no es, ¿no? Esta es la de ayer. Esta es la de ayer.
No, esta es la de ayer.
Esta es la de ayer.
No, está acá.
Déjalo, la que la habrá él.
Sacarla. Sí, pero la ley está.
La de Diego está en su pen. Sí. No, esa no es. Esa es la de ayer.
Es esa.
Ponlo en el... No es esa tampoco. No es esa, la misma. ¿Dónde está desaparecida? Sorry, we are having a little technical problem here. esto, Andrés. Lección número 15. Vete con el programa a todos y pides a la siguiente sesión. Como tienes el programa, pues sino que te lo diga Mónica. Están los nombres de todos. Sácaselo. Y ábrela directamente, no la copies, que la habla directamente desde ahí, Andrés. Eso es lo que tenemos aquí 3 años. Ábrela. Okay, sorry about that. Sometimes these things happen. So it is my pleasure.
Technology.
And my honor to introduce to you Diego Rodríguez, who is going to be the session convener for this morning's session. And Diego is the senior economist in the World Bank. And we already made a little bit of a presentation in the recap about what is going on today, so I just give you the floor.
Okay.
So.
Thanks, Josefina. Sorry for the hiccup. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start. I think this is the first sort of full session of the conference. Yesterday we had quite a lot of discussions and interesting presentations, more at the general level. We also made the case that there was an important new step in this process of we've been in dialogues on this water and energy now for 2-3 years, and for us, at least from the water perspective, it's time to try and make sure that we make a good business case for this, and to ensure also that we have the capacity to really implement a lot of these principles on planning frameworks and also on when we make investment decisions. So we made, I hope, a good effort to put together this session that has quite an interesting combination of things. So I'm going to go through a little bit on what are the main key questions that we are trying to tackle in these sessions and what are sort of the expected outcomes. We have a great group of panelists that I hope you enjoy. Many of them come from the energy sector, so we hope we can learn from them quite a bit. Just to recap from one of our presentations yesterday, we discussed that there were an array of different solutions that could be implemented when we look at the water and energy linkages. And of course, many of you have heard of a variety of these in different reports. But then the question is, how do we go to the implementation stage, or how do we design a planning framework that adequately addresses the potential water constraints, and that we ensure that we can implement these solutions in a financially sustainable manner as well. So, and this is precisely what we're trying to tackle with this session. And for us, of course, we've learned in the last couple of years the importance of establishing very strong partnerships. The energy and water challenges are very, very important, very difficult, very complex, and it's not something that we can tackle in isolation, as an institution. The World Bank alone cannot do much, and for us, that's why we have decided to partner with many other development banks, energy utilities. We have here a few around the table that are part of our initiative, Abengoa, EDF. We have Alstom, we've, Mike Hightower here from the national labs have provided great support the last couple of years. We're in discussions with Shell. And this is the type of partnership that requires to be established in order to fully address these issues. No? Of course, governments need technological and business partners, particularly to try and improve the policy-making processes. So when you talk to a lot of our client governments in the South, the developing countries, you see that they are not very well prepared to address these complex issues. It's obviously extremely important that we involve major key stakeholders in each part of the process. So when we go to countries and we start debating on these issues, we try to make sure that we make sure that the key stakeholders from the public sector, from the private sector, are around the table with us, and we all agree on a common set of messages and processes. And obviously, the fostering interdisciplinary collaboration between energy and water sectors is key. And that's what we have. We'll hear from Adrian, for example, the work that we are starting in South Africa. These are multidisciplinary teams that are in place, and they are very large teams. On the South Africa side, I think we have like 5 or 7 specialists, from energy modelers to energy policy experts to technology experts, economists, hydrologists, and that's what it takes to tackle these problems. So we prepare this session with the aim of trying to see how we can strengthen these partnerships. What does it take to partner with the private sector? How do you ensure that the governments adopt some of these processes and approaches that we are developing? To demonstrate a bit that, we talk a lot about integrated water management, but here we are really talking on how do you integrate the energy and the water planning processes and dimensions. No? We're going to share a bit of the ongoing work that we have in the case of South Africa as part of this Thirsty Energy initiative, just to illustrate a bit the thinking behind implementing some of these principles. So we have a series of questions that we would like to address throughout the morning. In particular, what are some of these tools and frameworks developed? So we're going to hear a bit of what are the type of methods and models that can be used to tackle these issues. Why or how do water constraints drive policies, planning, and investments? So this is something that we hope to hear also from Abengoa, and a bit also from the framework that EDF is implementing now, a global initiative. What are these opportunities and challenges to collaborate? How difficult it is to really engage the private sector or to really engage the energy sector in these efforts? How do you make the business case for this? How do you ensure that they sit on the table and collaborate as true partners and not just react to things that we prepare? And why are these partnerships so important? We're going to have basically break in 3 different groups. In the morning, we're going to start with the technical considerations, and then we have 3 very interesting presentations. Ana Delgado, that works with us in the bank on this Thirsty Energy initiative, and for me, she's a true example of a water and energy specialist, because she has a strong background in water, and then she did a graduate work in energy technologies. And we're going to try and clarify some of these misconceptions or the big numbers that are out there, the global numbers, and how in many cases they can be misleading. How some of the statements that we read can also be misleading if it's not properly addressed within a certain context. Then Mike Hightower, who works in the Sandia labs in New Mexico, and he has been doing pioneering work in the water and energy as part of the coordinator of the Water and Energy Initiative now for 10 years in the state, will provide some understanding of how this initiative works, the difficulties to work with federal and state governments. Tell us a bit about his experience, as in the United States, in a federal state, of 10 years of work in this. And then Adrian Stone, who works at the University of Cape Town and is is working with us on the implementation process of the water and energy nexus in South Africa. We'll explain a bit how are we tackling the problem in South Africa, but also illustrate a bit also the complexities of using some of these energy tools to properly incorporate the water considerations. Then we're going to have a break, and then we move into understanding, what drives the private sector to look at water and water stresses. So we have very good group of people, Laurent Bellet from Électricité de France. They've been leading a very interesting framework initiative, the Water for Energy framework, and we are now part of it as well. And I think it will address some of the issues that were raised yesterday, particularly with the whole issue of what metrics do you use to measure this, how do you harmonize some of these metrics, what are the main issues with the data constraints, and how do you try and tackle those issues, what kind of indicators you can use. So there is a very large global effort to try and come up with some of the answers to this. Much of it will be presented at the forum in Korea next year, but Laurent will illustrate what is this type of effort. And finally, we have Paula Darbe from Abengoa, who is also, Abengoa is one of our key partners in the initiative, to tell us a bit, how do they address the issue of water scarcity in their own energy projects, particularly renewable energies. They have tremendous experience in Northern Africa in very scarce areas. They are really pushing sort of the technology boundaries to come up with new solutions, and we're going to hear from Paul on this. Finally, we move to, so we go from the technical solutions to what the private sector does, and the final section is primarily on the government side. So how do governments address these issues? What are the incentives that they require to address them? How do governments ensure sustainable development and the discussion of the water and energy that goes way beyond the sectors that we mentioned yesterday? And why is this an important issue, and how partnerships are important to strengthen the government's capacities? And there we have also two presentations, one from Anuka Lipponen from UNECE, and she's going to present a very interesting pilot case that they are working on. And this is a good case because it's on transboundary. So we address a lot of these things at the national level, but we know that there are trade issues, particularly on the energy side. Water and transboundary level is quite complex to address, and UNECE is doing quite interesting work on this. Then Kelly Creech from the Department of State in the U.S. will also explain a bit how they've been incorporating the nexus thinking in the U.S. government. Finally, I think Alexander from the Dutch government, will say a few words also on how they are restructuring the government and the ministry to address some of these complex issues. So with that, I would like to invite Ana Delgado to the first presentation.
Okay, hi everyone. Buenos dias. Good morning. So what I'm trying to do in this short presentation is to really explain why water is needed in the power sector. As we saw yesterday, we need policymakers in order to make decisions. They really need good data. They really need to understand why the energy sector requires water. And now that the water energy nexus is a hot topic, what we see is in many reports and papers, they throw a lot of numbers, but they never explain why there are huge ranges, why those numbers. A lot of the times it's aggregate data from different reports, and they don't even, sometimes they don't validate the data, they just aggregate it, and that's why you get these huge ranges. So for me, this graph, if you give it to a policymaker, is not very useful to make decisions because the ranges are huge. So what I'm trying to do in this presentation is to explain a little bit why there are those ranges. As we know from yesterday, almost all forms of electricity require water. For hydropower, it's very controversial and a little bit complex because it really depends on the size of the reservoir, the climate, and most of the data that's available, therefore, it's looking at thermal power plants, which includes all the power plants in there. And I guess this makes sense because thermal power plants actually account for about 80% of the global electricity generation. So I think it's very important to understand where those power plants require water. So what drives water use in thermal power plants? Through this presentation, I will try to explain that for me it really depends on mainly two things. Only the type of cooling system that is being used in the power plant and the efficiency of the power plant, not that much the type of the power plant. And there are other small factors such as climate conditions and other processes, but those are minor factors. So how do thermal power plants work? And I apologize for if there are energy experts in the room that will know this very well. But I really thought it was important to explain. So thermal power plants really use the fuel, be it coal, gas, uranium, solar energy, biomass, to heat the water and convert it into steam. Then the steam turns the turbines, generate electricity, and the steam needs to be condensated, cooled down, to be converted into water again and close the steam cycle and start again. And the steam is condensed through the cooling system. So essentially, if we look at the second graph down there, which is the heat balance of the power plant, what happens is from most of the heat that goes into the power plant, some of it is used to generate electricity, which is the yellow arrow in there. But most of it is waste heat, and this waste heat needs to be rejected somehow to the environment, and the vast majority of it gets rejected through the cooling system, which is the blue arrow in the graph. So if we look at this graph, what it means is that the more efficient the power plant is, the less heat losses, so the yellow arrow would be bigger, and the blue arrow would be smaller, therefore the less cooling needs that power plant has. So here I put up some examples of efficiencies of power plants. And as you can see, more efficient power plants, such as natural gas combined cycle, will have less cooling needs than, for example, nuclear. However, it doesn't depend only on the type of power plant. It also depends on the age of the power plant. So older power plants are not very efficient, and therefore will require much more water. So it's those old power plants that are a problem. For example, here I've put two graphs to explain it. So here I've put a coal power plant with an efficiency of 36% compared with a coal power plant with an efficiency of 28%. In this case, it's because this power plant has carbon capture and storage, but it could be also a power plant that it's old and it has the same efficiency as this one. And as you can see, the blue arrow in the second power plant is much bigger, which means that it will have much higher cooling needs. And to dissipate all that waste heat into the environment, as I said, we require a cooling system. And there are mainly three types of cooling systems: one-stroke cooling, cooling towers, dry cooling. There are also the hybrid cooling systems, which are between the dry cooling and cooling towers. But to simplify, let's look into these three. In one-stroke cooling, one-stroke cooling systems withdraw huge amounts of water. The water just goes once through the steam condenser. It condenses the steam, and it gets returned to the water source a couple of seconds later, but some degrees warmer. So in this type of cooling system, as I said, we require a lot of water withdrawals, but almost none of the water gets consumed. Depending, well, some reports and some studies say that some of the water, because it gets back to the water source some degrees warmer, depending on the climate, gets evaporated. But that's outside of the plant, so it's not inside the power plant. Then in cooling towers, it's a recirculating system, so therefore we require less water withdrawals, but most of the water withdrawn is consumed through evaporation. And then finally we have dry cooling, which uses air as the heat exchanger and therefore requires no water. But as we also said yesterday, there are huge trade-offs depending on which cooling system do we use. So dry cooling requires more water, but it's more expensive and affects the efficiency of the power plant. For example, cooling towers withdraw less amount of water but consumes more. So there's really, in my opinion, there's not the best cooling system. It will really depend on your conditions and what's your water availability in the region. So now I guess with what I've explained, then you can really understand those graphs here. The number that this is like the water withdrawal and consumption for the U.S. And the number that gets always used is the 39%, which is huge if you compare it to irrigation. But then if you look at the water consumption, it's very small, the amount of water consumed by the power sector. And this is mainly because in the U.S. there are still a lot of old power plants, and a lot of them still use once-through cooling, which means that they withdraw a lot of water, but then they don't consume almost any of it. And to go further into this consumption-withdrawal difference, I put here an example because a lot of people is very worried about this 40% of withdrawals by the power sector. So there's a lot of talk in the U.S. of essentially banning once-through cooling. So here I've done like some small calculations, it's like very rough estimates, but here this shows you what it would happen. So we will have the retirement of less efficient and older power plants that cannot afford to shift to cooling towers. The cost of electricity could increase because of that, and then the water withdrawal consumption totals would really change in the country. So as we see, the water withdrawals would drastically drop, but then water consumption would increase maybe twice, 3 times. So is this a good solution? I don't know. It really depends on what's your situation in your state, how much water do you have, what are your climate conditions, and that's why I think it's good to know, like there's huge trade-offs, and you have to decide what you prefer to have, higher water withdrawals or higher water consumption. And then to stop here with the technical blast, and to be accurate, you also need water in other processes than cooling systems, but compared to the cooling water needs, those amounts are very small, and they only become relevant when you're using dry cooling. Then it's when maybe the flue gas desulfurization system water needs will be important if you are in a place that it's water scarce. So going back to this graph, which has huge ranges, if you actually plot the water withdrawal versus the heat rate or the efficiency, you at least can see a pattern and can understand what's going on instead of seeing a huge range. So here, what we can conclude from this graph is that actually the water needs of a power plant really depend on the heat rate of the power plant or the efficiency, and that most of the water is used for cooling purposes. So I think that graphs like these that explain a little bit better the data are more useful for policymakers than just giving huge ranges for the same type of power plants. And here I wanted to end with some of the misleading quotes that we find in articles and reports. I know that this issue is very complicated to explain, and it's sometimes by simplifying we state things that can be misleading to the reader that doesn't know enough about the topic. So, for example, here, as much as I love renewables, and this is like an article from Forbes, just saying that wet-cooled concentrated solar power plants use slightly more water than coal and natural gas, but they can use dry cooling, therefore reducing water demand by more than 90%. Well, that's true, but it's also true for coal and gas. So if you use dry cooling in coal and gas, you will also have very low water requirements. So I think that graph, just using dry cooling for solar thermal, is not very fair, because you're comparing, like if some people see that, they will think, well, then solar thermal is very good, but if you would do the same for coal and gas, then you will also have in there about 20 gallons. And then another statement there, just comparing hydro water use with concentrated solar plant water use. I think here they are comparing the water that you release from hydropower, which is not really consumed, it can be used downstream, with the water consumed by a concentrated solar power plant in the cooling towers, which is very different. So you're comparing pears with oranges, which is not really fair either. Here are some more statements. So the same again, just stating that concentrated solar power consumes large quantities of water. Well, as we've seen, it depends. If you have dry cooling system, maybe then it doesn't require large quantities of water. Or just saying that CSP consumes more than coal, than gas, and then nuclear. Well, again, it depends. If CSP is using dry, and it depends on the cooling system used, and it also, if you compare CSP with older power plants that are much less efficient than CSP, then CSP requires less water than coal, for example. And then, for example, so water-intensive nuclear power stations should be replaced by renewables and natural gas, which consume less water. Again, it depends. If those nuclear power stations are using once-through, which usually they do, they are withdrawing huge amounts of water, but they are consuming almost none. And if you replace it by natural gas and renewables using cooling towers, maybe you will consume more. You have to really look at the numbers and understand. And so this is my final slide, some of the key takeaway points. So most of the power in the world is still generated by thermal power plants, and that's why I think it's very important that we all understand and policymakers understand what are the water requirements of those power plants. In those power plants, as I've said, the water use is really dominated by the cooling requirements, and the amount of water required for cooling will really depend on the cooling system used. And given the same type of cooling system, as I said, it will depend then on the thermal efficiency of the power plant. And given the range of the efficiencies within the same type of power plant, as I said, old versus new, it is almost impossible to give a number. So I would ask you, when you read an article and it says like coal power plants require X liters per megawatt hour, that you question that number. What does it mean? Are they saying for new power plants, which is the type of the cooling system they're talking about? So really try to understand that number, because it's very difficult just to give a number for a type of power plant. Then that some low carbon thermal generation technologies, as I said, since they are less efficient, can be at risk regarding water use, but then they can shift to dry cooling, which is more expensive. So there are solutions and there are options. And finally, I want to end up saying that the water energy nexus is really a regional problem, and it's just because now it's a hot topic, it doesn't mean it's a problem for everyone in the world. So there will be places where there's enough water, where it makes sense to have once-through and withdraw huge amounts of water. So we really need context-specific solutions, because one solution does really not fit all. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for putting this a bit in context. I think it's very, very important that we start looking at some of these statements and really understand what is underlying assumptions, and understand that when we go to a particular region in a country or a particular planning exercise, or we start looking at investments, there are a lot of it depends, no? When we start drafting or formulating these plans. We have a few minutes for a couple of questions. If anybody from the audience has any questions? No? Okay, so then it's very clear. Oh, no.
For a very good presentation, especially bringing out the huge variations we see in the data. Just to buttress some of the things you raised, for the amount of water needed for various technologies for cooling, the source of fuel also is quite important, apart from the efficiency and the type of power plant. And I think you brought that later on with some examples. And also, what I missed was the use of saline water. So once-through systems can be withdraw a lot of water, but if they are located along the coast and they are taking saline water, then there is no competition for fresh water. And in the US, I think my knowledge is what the shift from once-through to the other types of technologies was the water quality challenge. So discharging hot water and environmental problems are not much to do with the challenges of using fresh water. I think, that's all I have.
Jack, there's a question there.
I'd just like to build on that last remark from us. For some time, we've identified very clearly that heat is a pollutant, and people need to think of heat as a pollutant, certainly in the freshwater environment, but actually also in the saline environment as well. Yep.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have that in the presentation because I haven't looked at the water pollution. I've only tried to explain why water is needed in the power sector. But yeah, one of the reasons why in the US they wanted to move towards cooling towers and kind of ban once-through cooling, it was because of that, of the environmental issues of withdrawing huge amounts of water. First of all, you kill a lot of fishes when you withdraw water, and then the thermal pollution downstream. So that's one of the that's why it was like the environmental impact in my little box of trade-offs. It was there. It was in red, the once-through cooling system, because the environmental impacts are huge compared to the other types of cooling systems.
Any other question before we move to the next presentation? Yeah, Laurent.
Just a comment with these two comments is really in the key messages, to not really separate the once-through and closed-loop system. And as it has been said, we have a lot, for instance, in France, a lot of nuclear power plants along the seashore. And it's very important to have this because we use less fresh water. We use seawater. We have thermal impact on the water in the sea, but it's very localized and the impact are very weak compared to the impact we can have in a river, for instance. So it is very important because in the US, I know that this debate is a little bit polluted because they try to ban the once-through cooling system because it is often along the river. But when you have the chance to have a seashore with a nuclear or thermal power plant on the seashore, you can use saline water and it is less impacted.
And I guess that's the problem of looking at absolute numbers, because when people see the 40% of water withdrawn by the power sector, they say, wow, this is huge. But then, again, as you say, it depends. Like if you're just withdrawing water from the sea, then it doesn't make sense to say we should ban once-through cooling. It depends.
Okay, thanks again, Anna. We already heard a couple of statements related to the U.S., so I think, Mike, it's good time for you to come. As I mentioned before, Mike works in the Sandia lab in New Mexico, and he's coordinating the water and energy initiative in the U.S. We had the pleasure of, when we were starting to look in the bank at this water and energy nexus, we spent a couple of days with all the energy labs in New Mexico, thanks to Mike, and we learned a lot about the subject. He's going to tell us a bit, about the evolution of this initiative and how the U.S. is tackling these issues. So, Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Diego. I'm glad you wore a purple shirt like me. Yeah, we tied, yeah.
It's a uniform of the initiative.
Let's see, I just maybe ought to mention my laboratory. It is in New Mexico. We're a national security laboratory for the Department of Energy. And the reason I bring that up is, if you don't understand Spanish, Sandia means watermelon. So I get a lot of discussion when I give presentations in Mexico about why a guy from a watermelon laboratory is talking about energy. But so we have the mountains outside of Albuquerque are pink granite, and so when the sun sets, it looks like a watermelon. And so it's called the Sandia Mountains, and we got our name from the Sandia Mountains. So I've been working, as I said, energy water issues for about a decade, looking at energy security, because when we were looking in 2001, 2002 on energy development in the United States, we started to see at that time that based upon the trends in power plant types, as Anna did a very good job talking about, fuel types, directions by the EPA in changing cooling tower conditions, changes by a number of states in moving power plants from the coast, trying to move them inland and using, instead of seawater, using fresh water. All of these trends we're looking at driving water consumption in the United States for the energy sector up by a factor of 3 or 4. And in the eastern United States, where there's a lot of water, that's not a big issue. In the western United States, that is a big water. We're very arid. The situation we have in New Mexico is very similar to here in Spain, here in Zaragoza. Very, very similar climates. So it was driving what we thought were decisions maybe in the wrong direction, and a better dialogue needed to be developed on how to best do regional planning to make sure that water resources, which are a very important thing for long-term economic growth and sustainable development, could be addressed equally. So I only have a couple of view graphs. I'm trying to give a high level of the activities in the United States. We've been pushing this initiative for slightly less than a decade, with our first report that came out in 2007. So we started the work in about 2005 on this issue. But what I have here is some of the things that we're seeing that are driving the discussions in the U.S. And internationally, and that really is some of the climate impacts on water availability. So we're seeing tremendous growth in the developing countries on energy development at a time when in many cases, in many regions, the water resources to support that energy development for cooling, for fracking, for other applications is being reduced. So I have this here just to show, and Anna mentioned that things are regional, but the regions of the world that really are looking at some of the major concerns with water issues, and therefore energy development and water need to be closely looked at, include the southern U.S., both the southwest and the southeast and northern Mexico, southern Europe and northern Africa, the Mideast, and India and China in the northern hemisphere. And in the southern hemisphere, countries like Brazil and Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, southern Africa, and Australia, and even parts of Southeast Asia are all areas that are going to be impacted more importantly from climate variation and climate variability. So these mid-latitude populations belts and some of the large developing countries like India and China, Southeast Asia, Southern Africa, and South America really need to look at this. These are the regions that I think that the energy-water nexus is going to play a big role, because that's where you'll see diminished water resources, and for their economic development, a large push for energy development and cooling water, other types of water for use in not only electric power, but biofuels and natural gas development, alternative transportation fuels, etc. So let me just give an overview of some of the things that we've done in the United States, and how long it takes for people within a government agency and industry to begin to accept some of the trends that they see and begin to do things about it. Because I think that gives an idea of some of the issues that the World Bank and others will have in trying to push an initiative like this forward. I think it's important. I think that the World Bank's recognized some of the concerns, but it does take a while for governments and even industry to pick up on it. What we're seeing in the United States is that the industries actually get it better because there is an economic bottom line for them. The governments, because of some of the issues that were mentioned earlier, the way that they do policy, the way that they do, and they're set in their silos, if you will, it makes it much more difficult for them to be more proactive. So I think looking at this from a business case is a good idea, because and using businesses to help drive government to think about some of these issues has a very big role to play. But the first report that was done on energy and water was published in late in 2006, 2007. It was a report to Congress that I helped author. And so when the Department of Energy saw that, they said, this is probably all wrong. This can't be that bad. So it took them a number of years to actually begin to accept some of these consequences and issues. In that period of time, since 2007, we've had the Government Accountability Office in the United States actually write 5 reports on the connection between energy and water, really investigating the 2007 report. And what essentially the GAO has determined is that it is real, that this interaction between energy and water is a significant impact on long-term economic development and needs to be addressed. Different areas have different levels of concern, but that it does need to be looked at. The Congressional Research Service in the United States did a similar review and suggested that this is a growing issue in the United States and will have impacts on long-term energy growth and economic development. And then we have seen most recently, and the U.S. Geologic Survey just put out a report a month or so ago that gets to one of the points that Anna had mentioned, and that is they have developed a strategy and a direction on how to calculate heat rates, heat loads, water use, water consumption for all the power plants. So it's a nice technical journal. And so even the federal government agencies are beginning now to see that there's a large range in published data, and there needs to be one way to calculate water consumption. So what they have done, the USGS did a very nice job, spent about 2 years developing a way to calculate that. And like I say, it just came out. You can look at the USGS Energy Water report. I can give you a link to that if you need it. But I think it's going to be the standard for calculating heat rates for power plants and actually getting by your local region what those water consumption issues are going to be. And we're seeing also then that over the past 3 years or so, that groups have begun to understand the complexity of this issue and the need. We have the academic community in the United States, the professional engineering community, some private nonprofit organizations, NGOs, like the Johnson Foundation, National Geographic, Nature, Forbes, are beginning to see the economic issues and the long-term sustainability concerns in developing joint energy and water policies. So I think what we're seeing is that people are beginning to understand it, at least in the U.S., because we've been talking about it for 7 or 8 years. I think that this trend is going to accelerate throughout the other regions of the world that have these impacts with climate change, water availability, and long-term economic growth. But we've already seen internationally groups pick up on the energy water nexus issues, the World Business Council and the World Energy Council. So I see this accelerating. So I think that these kinds of forums are good to get people to identify how do you move forward, how do you look at the business cases to address some of these issues. I think my last slide here is just to show you where we're going to be in the United States and things to watch in the next year or two on where we're going. The National Science Foundation just released an energy water research roadmap. So our National Science Foundation is in the process of developing a research program in the energy water issue. The interesting thing there is it's part technical, but it also has some social research directions, specifically on how to develop policies, how to develop decision support tools on the social side to try and help people develop innovative applications for energy water governance. So I think if you're in the research community or you have people in the research community in the United States that you want to work with, watch the National Science Foundation. The Department of Energy is putting out a research roadmap here in the next month or so on their research. The program plan that they have is scheduled to ramp up in the United States from about $20 million this year to $70 million by 2016, and that's supposedly new research dollars. So that's a huge, I think, statement by the Department of Energy that water and water technologies, water efficiency and electric power generation, and other energy systems in the United States, transportation fuels, is going to be a big driver for them. So I think that you want to watch for that roadmap coming out and those research calls, because I think that there are opportunities for the private industry to coordinate, for other entities like World Bank, Department of State, other agencies around the world to coordinate research activities. But the groups, I think, that have really jumped on this in the United States, and they see it from an economic standpoint, it's a business case for them, is trying to have the private industry get ahead of government in pushing forward some policies of their own. And one that I'd like to bring up is the Electric Power Research Institute has started an energy water research program. A couple of things about that. They're actually funding private companies to look at advanced cooling technologies, game-changing advanced cooling technologies. Hybrid cooling so that you can get the benefits of wet cooling when you need it, but you can use dry cooling in cold times of the year or wet times of the year where you have more water. Ways to quickly do that and reduce the costs are important. They've also implemented a $16 million advanced cooling technology pilot scale demonstration facility in Georgia. Private industry put that money up to build a pilot testing facility to look at new cooling technologies. It's that important in the United States for some of these electric power companies to develop advanced cooling approaches that they couldn't wait for the federal government. They put their own money up. I think that says worlds about the direction that we see in the United States in the fact that the water issues really are driving and impacting electric power generation. They're driving alternative transportation fuels, whether that's gas shales and hydraulic fracking or irrigated biofuels. The water concerns are driving a lot of the industries to look at alternatives and water reuse, water conservation. Oil and gas industry is one that in the U.S. is really looking at hydraulic fracking, and they have instituted a research program for recycling. And if you're not familiar with hydraulic fracking, you might want to become familiar with it because there's a lot of shale reserves and natural gas reserves around the world that people will start looking at. But 5 years ago, when I was working with the oil and gas industry, they used fresh water only. And we continued to ask them why they couldn't use recycled water or produced water from oil and gas. Now, in their recycling and reuse, they're using water of 250,000 parts per million TDS, which is almost 10 times saltier than seawater. And they're trying to move away from using fresh water for fracking. Some of the companies, the private companies, have, like the Schlumbergers and the Halliburtons that do fracking, have really looked at minimizing the use of fresh water. That's a good trend. And there's a lot of push within the industry to move that forward because of the political issues associated with it, as well as the technical issues with disposal, reuse, etc. So I think we're seeing private industry really getting involved in moving forward. Just talk about the private research organizations like ASME, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, for the last several years have looked at water conservation guides and cooling for application for their participants and their technical constituents. And that just came out about a month ago on advanced cooling design guidance for power plants. It was designed and set up. I helped on that to try and allow water managers and energy managers work together and identify ways that they could use alternative water resources, different cooling techniques to try and minimize water consumption. One last thing that I wanted, two things that I want to bring up. There's also been a study done by the Department of Energy in the United States to map in the western U.S., the whole western U.S., water resource availability, both fresh water, brackish water, wastewater, for utilization by the electric power and the transportation fuels industry for utilization in their processes. So there is a recognition in the western U.S., and Anna mentioned that water issues are regional. So in the whole western U.S., they're mapping the concerns and water availability, knowing that in the future, well, we're looking at using non-traditional water resources, whether that's brackish water, brackish groundwater, produced water from oil and gas, wastewater, as the cooling systems, as a cooling source for a lot of our power plants. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is we're seeing that all of the research that we're doing at the national laboratories, not only in Sandia, but there are about 13 national laboratories in the United States. Many of those are involved in energy research. Many of them have programs where they look at water and energy modeling. And we're seeing that all of the national labs have added water to their modeling efforts when they look at energy resource and energy development. Used to be cost was the big driver, or carbon emissions was the big driver. All of the labs that we deal with, and we made a presentation, Diego, about a year ago, have moved forward in adding water as one of the parameters that they're optimizing for. So we're seeing now moving forward, as we discussed this morning, away from a single parameter, just cost, and looking at sustainability, and particularly water and air emissions, as part of those drivers for an optimize. So we're looking at multi-parameter optimization, which is a new approach for a lot of organizations around the world. Multi-parameter optimization is rather difficult. At Sandia, we're using systems dynamics tools to be able to do that. But we're seeing that water is being asked about with all the national labs and the work that they're doing with their constituents, such that water becomes one of those major objective functions to drive research. So with that, I think that's my last slide. I'll take a few questions if you want. Hopefully what I've tried to provide is the fact that some of the work we're doing in the United States is applicable, I think, across the globe, that the areas that are drier and are going to be more impacted by climate change are also the areas that are looking at long-term economic growth. So this condition of matching energy with water scarcity has to be looked at not only in the U.S., but also worldwide. And hopefully I've provided you with some ideas of how difficult it is to get momentum, but that if you stay with it, you can. And we're beginning to see much of the interest being to accelerate this being provided by private industry because they see the biggest issue. And finally, the fact that all of our modeling is moving toward including water as part of the energy portfolio evaluation suggests that this energy-water nexus is real and that people are beginning to understand that, and that some of these innovative decision support tools and modeling approaches, these cross-sector issues really are big and do need to be considered. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, for your excellent presentation as usual. You know, I take away a couple of important messages. I mean, the first one is, as you said, you started 7 or 9 years ago. Now it seems to be picking up, so we have to be a bit patient ourselves, I think, because we have this impression that we start a dialogue now and next year the entire world will be adopting everything that we present here. The other one is also on some of the complexities. You mentioned the USGS new report, 2 years in the making. This is not that you come up with a couple of quick and dirty formulas and you're done. No? It's a quite complex issue to tackle. I would like to open the floor for some questions on Mike's experience. We have a deal there.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting and informative presentation. I have a couple of specific questions about the state and the trends for biofuel and fracking as the overall energy equation. Are they going to increase, which seems to be the trend, and where would the U.S. be in maybe in 20, 25 years? And the concerns are actually a little bit wider. So, for example, for biofuel production, there's, of course, the water consumption for irrigation, but then there's also a question about diverting land from, say, corn production for food to biofuels. And there's also downstream impacts. So, for example, there's a projection that the dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico will increase significantly. So, in a way, the cost will be to the fisheries sector. So, they're not internal to the energy sector, but somebody else is bearing the cost for greater use and production of biofuels. So how does that figure in the trend, and what exactly is the trend going forward?
Sure. You want my opinion, I assume, because I can't talk for the federal government. But what I'm seeing is that the hydraulic fracking in the United States and the fact that they're recycling a lot of the frack water and using less fresh water, more alternative water resources, is actually accelerating fracking, not decelerating fracking, because they're getting away from some of the water constraints. And because of that, there's a lot of push for natural gas vehicles, liquefied natural gas vehicles, things like that, which has taken some pressure off of the biofuels industry. And because of that, I see the biofuels industry, irrigated biofuels, is losing market share, if you will. And I think it's going to go down because people are beginning to understand the amount of water needed for irrigated biofuels. And I think it was brought up yesterday, and Josefina mentioned it. Irrigated biofuels is seeing more and more disfavor in the United States. Part of that's, you can do that because you have natural gas. So I think that we can do more with recycling and natural gas, the frack water, than we can. You got to use fresh water for irrigation. So I think the irrigated biofuels is on the downswing, and natural gas is going to continue. All right, and the irrigated biofuels will address some of the issues around the nutrient runoff that goes into the Gulf, and so I think that we can solve all those problems if we do more fracking. Okay, all right. Does that answer your question? I mean, it kind of gives you see where the trends are in the United States and what I'm seeing. I'm seeing pushback in Indiana and pushback in Nebraska and pushback in some of the big irrigated biofuel states to not do more irrigation and things like that.
We have Iris. Yeah, and then...
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have two questions. One is in terms of the research budget and the research roadmap. What's the proportion of like investment into cooling technology versus, for example, deployment of low water intensive energy sources like renewables? And then the second question is within the research of the cooling technology. Is the intention to retrofit the existing fleet, or is it research into new build?
It's focused on, so I'm sure you're talking about the Electric Power Research Institute work, or are you talking, okay. Let me just talk about the DOE program. I'm not quite sure exactly where the DOE program is going to go. The interesting thing is the projections are $70 million for new money. That is a big program in tight budgets that they think that it's that important. I will tell you that the current Secretary of Energy for the United States is Ernie Moniz, and he's from MIT, and he was looking at energy water issues when he was at MIT. So he understands this within the United States. So I think that's why we're seeing that focus. The direction that we see from the Department of Energy is in 4 areas for that research program. One is reduction in water use for cooling. One is reduction of freshwater use in transportation fuels. The third is reducing the energy demand for water treatment, because a lot of places are looking at using non-traditional water resources in the future. So, and the fourth one that they have is decision support tools and modeling. So it's a 4-pronged approach, so they're going to address all of those. My guess is, knowing the Department of Energy, they'll probably divide the money up equally, so $15, $20 million to each one of those areas. The advanced cooling program that EPRI has is they're really looking at game-changing technologies for new plants. And the reason for that is about 75% of the power generation in the United States is 40 years old, and those plants are in the process over the next decade or two to be rebuilt and replaced. So they're looking at new technologies to address that currently, rather than trying to address retrofits for plants. That gets to be pretty difficult to retrofit a once-through cooling plant with a cooling tower because of the generator systems and the condensing systems that exist. So the focus is on new plants, new applications. Does that answer your question? Okay.
We have here, no? And then Jack.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. It's a very interesting presentation, a lot of new ideas, information. Actually, your presentation is a very good and supplementary or complementary to Anna's, because Anna's emphasizes in the regional and the site-specific. You talk about the sector. And 2 questions. One question, when those kind of the study do, what is the environmental impact assessment? Are they taking to the environment because the main driver is the security, is the scarcity of water? That's why it's more in the west, in the southwest. And to what extent the environment, and particularly on the ecosystem, on the biodiversity, on the fishery, this kind of study has been undertaken. The second question, because now the fracturing became so popular and so controversial, not only in U.S. and also globally. And you mentioned that the private sector has been taking initiative to try to address that. From the government point of view, even from the think tank of the government, the DOE and others, are they thinking about, to advise the government to regulate or to put some standard about this fracturing practice, like how much chemical you used, what type of chemical you can use? So rather than just leave that to private sector. That's my second question. Thank you.
Okay, real quickly, let me do the fracking first. In the United States, most of the fracking issues are handled by individual states. So it's a state control, state environment departments. And what we're seeing is that there is beginning to be a general consensus by the states in how to handle fracking and frack water and what's in the fracking solutions and things like that. So there is a group called the Groundwater Protection Council, which is an arm of the EPA that works with the oil and gas industry. And through that Groundwater Protection Council, GWPC, they're developing some guidelines for states for frack water utilization, recycling, reuse, etc. So those, we're beginning to see drives toward recycling and reuse of all frack water by most of the states. Dumping it into a stream or river is not something that people are going to do anymore. So we're seeing that move to kind of a consensus of environmental standards associated with that. And I think in the next 4 or 5 years, you'll see most states will have the same environmental requirements. Even though there could be 50 of them, they're all going to be about the same. And then as far as the environmental issues with cooling that you asked, the first question I think was one. Most of the cooling issues in the western U.S. are about scarcity. And so we're seeing, as Anna pointed out, if you don't have water to consume, you can't consume it. But we don't have enough water to have withdrawals either. So we're seeing a lot more driving toward dry cooling. Hybrid cooling is probably the best approach in the West because it's hot, it's dry, there's not a lot of water, so you don't want to have high consumption, can't have high withdrawal. So that's not necessarily an environmental concern, it's really a scarcity concern. In the eastern U.S., where plants there's a lot of water, a lot more water, but there's a lot more competition, a lot of growth in the eastern U.S., we're seeing the move toward different cooling technologies as a combination of one, environmental issues, the thermal and the impingement issues, as well as just reducing water consumption also. So if you look at the EPA's directions, they're suggesting to go once through cooling. What we're seeing a lot of plants doing is going, that's way too much water consumption, as Anna pointed out, and they're actually going to hybrid cooling also. So 2 countries in the United States, the eastern U.S. and the western U.S., big driver on scarcity is driving all the cooling research in the West. The East is a combination of economics and environmental. Did I answer both your questions? Okay.
Thanks. Let's take one, maybe 2 more, and then we have to move on. Maybe they can continue with Mike in the coffee break as well. But we have Jack here and Alexander in the back.
Thanks very much. I reacted to the earlier the earlier question from Adil, or your answer to the earlier question to Adil, which struck me as being very interesting, because it brings into focus politics and the unintended consequences of politics. And my immediate reaction was to hear that the bread from heaven that the farmers thought they had of subsidized prices for products to go into biofuel, maybe diminishing and cleaning up the Gulf, was probably not thought of by anybody, but is likely to create a reaction of those farmers wanting something else to be subsidized, which will probably have an impact on in global trade and global politics. So the strength of the nexus comes forward yet again, and I think it reinforces what Adil said yesterday also, that we ought to think seriously about land as a fourth dimension of the nexus. So maybe that's a comment rather than a question, but your reaction would nevertheless be interesting. Thank you.
I don't disagree. I think a lot of people are looking at energy, water, ag, energy, water, land. I mean, it's all natural resources, sustainability, and you have to look at all the natural resources. And we just look at air and climate change, and it's driven us in some bad directions. We've got to look at water, land, and food. Yeah. There's one more.
Yeah, Alexander there. Then we move on.
Because I can stay here for like a year, and Diego knows that. He's pushing me out off the podium right now. Okay.
Thank you. I won't keep you here for a year. Just one question. Why are these industries investing so much money in trying to find technologies that use less water? Is that because they're so environmentally concerned? Or, and that's my real question, is the price of water going up? Is that what triggers them? Because water gets more scarce. How's the pricing arranged in the US for water? Thank you.
Yeah, water pricing is generally local. And so what we're seeing is that if you talk about the hydraulic fracking as an example, it's started out in Texas where they have certain water policies, which allows you to use a lot of water without having to pay a big price for it. Then they moved toward Pennsylvania, which has a lot of water, and they weren't familiar with some of the water quantity issues. They didn't have a problem. Now we're seeing a lot of fracking in the western U.S., which has a scarcity of water, and you're in different states that have different water laws, and now the price of water is very expensive, and this availability is very marginal. So what we've seen is the oil companies going, okay, we either have to bring in a lot of water, it's going to cost us a lot of money, or we're going to have to recycle, reuse. And now that they've started to do that, it was by necessity that they had to do it, and they're beginning to see, oh gosh, we can make this work. So they're moving into states that were anti-fracking, and the fact that their recycling has actually allowed them to open up new reserves to them. So it may be serendipity, but it really was a business case for them because they were moving into the western U.S. where they needed water resources and they were scarce. So instead of paying the extra price, it was cheaper to develop new approaches, new technologies. And I think that's generally, necessity is the mother of invention. And we're seeing that has some benefit, I think, to everybody else in the U.S. as well as worldwide on how to recycle frack water and reuse that. But it was an economic driver because of the scarcity of water. Okay.
Thanks, Mike, again. Yes, you can be captured during the coffee breaks and lunches and dinners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again. Now we move to Adrian Stone from Energy Research Center of the University of Cape Town. He's working with our team in the implementation of actually, it's quite interesting what he's going to be presenting because it's precisely what we discussed, and Mike also mentioned that is happening in the U.S. is how do you incorporate potential water constraints or the costs of bringing water to the energy sector into a real sort of energy planning framework. No? So, Adrian, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Adrian, and I'm not a water expert. So I'm going to ask your forgiveness for any heresies I might commit. And I'm also going to discuss models in 10 minutes, which is always going to give a very partial picture. But I'll try and bring out the major concepts that we're trying to deal with. We are partnering with water experts from a consulting company called Oricon, and you'll see James Cullis's name there. And I have a lot of faith in my colleagues in the water sector in South Africa. I'm always quite humbled by their presentations and their wonderfully disaggregated models. I think certainly they always put us to shame with their skills. I'm quite confident that we'll be well supported in this project. And this project, as Diego's mentioned before, is part of the World Bank's Thirsty Energy Initiative. And what do we want to do? It's a very energy-centered project in the sense we're taking an energy systems model that had very limited analysis of the water situation before, and we're going to try and make this water smart. That process is, Mike mentioned, multi-objective optimization. This is not that. This is a cost optimization model. I will mention later how you can possibly bring in other objectives through constraints, but it's not as ambitious as multi-parameter optimization, but I think ambitious nonetheless. And as you see, there are some complexities. Where am I from? I'm from an organization within the University of Cape Town called the Energy Research Center. It's an engineering faculty, and I'm from a little group in there called Energy Systems Analysis. And we work mostly with these quite high-level optimization models. They're not detailed technology models. Anna would have showed you some of the thermodynamics of power stations. We're not going down to that level. You'll see we deal at a higher level, but it gets complex because of the size of the system. We're well supported with a multidisciplinary group. We've got an energy efficiency group and an energy and climate change group, and there are many professionals from different disciplines there that can support us, engineers, in a multidisciplinary way. Just a little bit about South Africa. The main feature of South Africa, as far as this forum is concerned, is it's quite a water-scarce country. Our annual rainfall is about half the global average, just over half. And water supply is quite variable over the country. You'll see the second from left graph, the most right-hand bottom graph, are the consumption of water by the electricity sector, similar to the United States, about 2%. We have mostly very large coal power stations, so about 90% of capacity is large coal-fired power stations of around 4 gigawatts, most of them. And it's mostly closed-loop cooling there. I think there are very few old open-loop power stations, if any, left. And there's a move to dry cooling. So there's a recognition of the water energy nexus, and this is just driven by the water scarcity in our country, by the utility that dominates our power sector, which is called Eskom. And currently their coal power stations supply 6% of their electricity with coal. But we have a program that's rolling out renewable independent power producers, and my colleagues from Abango might mention that's one of the companies that's involved with that. And that should see us have 10% of solar and wind capacity in the near future. So we've got very small amounts of arable land cover, and that affects things like biofuels. We don't have a lot of potential for first-generation biofuels, and that's important from a modeling point of view. The emerging interest in biofuels mostly looking at second-generation biofuels, because we really, for food security purposes, we really can't afford the land, with only 12% of our land cover suitable for that's essentially arable. And most of our waters, again, like the United States, allocated to agriculture. Just interesting, in yesterday's discussion about the poverty line, you'll see 90% of the population with access to electricity. Now, that doesn't mean that they use much. And the reason for that far left-hand graph, see low income 42%. In fact, about 30% of households live on under $9 a day. And at a household size of about 4 or 5, that comes down to below that $2 a day that was discussed yesterday. So a whole third of our population really live below that poverty line. As I said, the water energy nexus is not something that gets ignored in South Africa and hasn't been for some time. We've had large dry-cooled power stations for decades. And there's quite a sense of, there's Stellenbosch University, there's a center for design expertise of these stations that's localized, of those systems. And Eskom also in its annual reports, if you had to look at it, you see that there's a water consumption target, which they missed. And interestingly, again, one of the major reasons that they missed that target was because the South African power systems are under so much pressure that they couldn't shut down stations to fix leaks. So there's another complexity to the system where we're consuming water because we haven't got enough reserve margin to actually fix leak and cooling systems. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we've got quite a well-developed water sector, particularly on the research side. And this is a very busy map, but it's really just to illustrate a principle, or two principles, in fact. And the sort of green and blue bars are a comparison of what can be supplied and what's demanded, and the red sort of shows shortfalls. And those arrows that you see are existing interbasin transfers and mooted interbasin transfers. And interbasin transfers have been happening for some time in South Africa. And again, because of our water scarcity, that's something that characterizes our water system. And as demand grows, that's where a lot of the projects that will supply that demand are actually going to meet it through interbasin transfers, which are potentially quite costly. The other thing it illustrates, and Adil brought this up yesterday, and Mike again, the water situation is very different regionally in South Africa, and it means that there are different marginal costs of supplying water all over the country, and different costing is localized, and there's going to be in the future a divergence of those costs. And this is something we have to try and capture in the model, because we're running to 2050 like most planning models. So that divergence of cost is critical to getting an accurate picture of how water and the cost of water is going to affect the cost of energy. And that's a typical marginal cost curve generated by our colleagues in the water sector. And the steps of that pyramid are different projects. And as that line which ends in being dotted, which is demand, ratchets up, the water engineers need to install one of those pyramids, and you'll see that each pyramid is more expensive than the last. And that first Makolo crocodile augment is a transfer, and so is that reuse of water from Vaal catchment. So that's pipelines and pumps running all over the place. And you end up with desalination at the top. So luckily for us in this project, we've already got a good foundation laid by our colleagues in the water sector, luckily also running to 2050, which allows us to hopefully make some estimates of what water is going to cost in different basins, and what those WMAs, or water management areas, which are conglomerations of basins, where our power producing infrastructure is located. Falele, incidentally, is the water basin where Eskom's latest large dry-cooled power station is located. It's called Medupi. It's the largest dry-cooled power station of its type in the world. It's almost 5 gigawatts. And although it's dry-cooled, it now requires water for flue gas desulfurization. And my friends who visited the site tell me there's an endless pipeline that's bringing that water directly in a transfer from another basin. So hopefully with these marginal cost curves for each catchment where we might have our power infrastructure, we can come up with an average cost against system yield, and we can work with scenarios of what water demand might be, not just from our power stations, but in a supplementary modeling exercise from other demands like agriculture and domestic use. And we can also look at that. Mike mentioned we're in the mid-latitude belts, as Mike showed on his map, so we are definitely subject to climate change risk. Like a lot of parts of Southern Africa, it's mostly bad news. It's drying out in a lot of basins in South Africa, although some models will show wetting as well, so that's why there's 2 dotted lines there. Again, this is for Lefalele. I don't think this is final. James created this graph as a conceptual piece of work. So we've got to try and get this water information into this national energy model. And what is it? It's called SATIM. It stands for South African Times Model, and Times is a globally used platform for these least cost partial equilibrium least cost optimization type models. And it's capable of representing the whole energy system, including its economic costs and its emissions. So there's critical things here: costs and emissions constraints. It's been developed for a number of years. Former colleagues started it in 2003 with South Africa's first integrated energy plan. I must emphasize the model is no longer used for that purpose. There's a separate model used by the Department of Energy, and we run ours in parallel. And it's sectorially based. So we've got the electricity and transport sector representing quite a lot of detail because of their energy consumption, and to a lesser extent, smaller energy consuming sectors like the commercial sector and the agricultural sector. And the methodology and its assumptions, we try to put those in the public domain, and those links will take you there, and hopefully to get public participation and criticism and improvement. So we try and make this a public model. So, the main features, this sort of planning model, as I said, is long range. It'll look at least 10 years, and in this project we'll be looking till 2050. And it's an end-use type model. So we try and look at what energy services the energy system needs: light, heat, passenger kilometers, or ton kilometers in the case of transport, heat from boilers, and then work with technologies to work out how much actual energy will be supplied. So we try and work in a final, what we call a useful energy basis, looking at services that we could supply. Not so interested in quantities of energy. That comes out in the model. So we need to describe the types of equipment used, how much energy is used by each type of equipment to satisfy demand. So we can forecast useful energy as well as final energy demand. The useful things we need in life, like I said, energy, at least heat, light, ton kilometers, as well as terajoules, which is a very abstract thing. And this enables us to capture structural changes and shocks, disruptive technologies, fuel switches, mode switches. Because we're working with passenger kilometers, if you switch between modes, we're not affected, and a new total energy consumption will come out. And technological improvement and improved efficiency, and also intensity changes. We're a very mining-driven economy. Obviously, as mines dig deeper, their energy intensity goes up. So the objective is really, at the end of the day, to minimize the cost of supplying an energy service. And this is just a simple way. It's really about energy chains. So we've got the whole energy chain mapped out in the model, starting from primary energy. It could be coal or crude oil mined in a rig. It gets transformed in some way. It gets transmitted. It goes to some end use, and it delivers a service. And this is critical: a distance traveled or illumination or something useful. And we try and decide what will society need of those useful things, and work back to energy. So we're passing commodities along to get a useful service out. So you can immediately see, why couldn't water be one of those commodities? We're passing gas and coal and electricity along a chain, and at every step begets water use as well, and that has costs. So there's no reason in principle why we can't just commoditize water in this model, and that's really the fundamental concept here. So while the model gets complex because we're mapping out a whole system, in principle it's simple. There's two simple components: energy carriers, fuels, and the demand for services, and then technologies that are going to supply those services and be supplied with those fuels. But rather think of them as commodities, because they could use water too. Light bulbs, power plants, cars that could use biofuels and so on. So there's an input and output carrier, an efficiency, and in investment costs, activity costs, what capacity of the technology is available, what its availability is because of shutdowns and so on, how long it's going to exist, and critically, what are its emissions. Up till now, we've had water as an emission, so we just checked the amount of water that the system was using as an emission. Now we want to change that and make it one of the carriers. And all of these things, so we only include the detail in the model that affect the cost of supplying the energy service, because we're interested in cost. We don't go to any greater amount of technological detail. It's not an engineering model. And the whole system will be mapped out like this. We call it a reference energy system diagram. And you saw the chains earlier in pictures. All this is now is a series of competing chains. At the far right, home space heating is the service we're supplying. And that service can be supplied by a combination of chains as commodities are passed from box to box. Gas extraction to gas plant to gas-fired power plant gives you electricity, which then can supply an electric heater. Or you could just use the gas directly. So commodities are input and output to and from technologies or on competing chains. And then water can be one of these commodities if we know enough about supply. So it's a question of using all of that foundational work from our water colleagues to now add to this chain. So we can have water in this reference energy system diagram essentially as well. And critically, the cost of water and any constraints. So if water can't be supplied in sufficient quantities to meet a certain water-intensive chain, then that chain will be thrown out of the model. So we're only looking at cost, but we can constrain quantities. We can say no more than a certain amount of megaliters can be supplied in this district, or overall in this part of the model. So we're obviously going to look at certain scenarios, optimizations with and without water costs. So we're going to contrast the situation we had before and then see, well, what does introducing all of these costs do? That's a logical thing to do. I showed you the water cost impacts of climate change. The next step is to say, well, what do climate change scenarios do to that situation? How extreme can they make it? And then greenhouse gas constrained scenarios. So contrasting a 275 megaton cap, probably coming down to 220 megatons by 2050, which is really the sort of official target of the country, with CO2 tax options. So we've got a whole CO2 tax process going on in South Africa at the moment, and there's all sorts of horse trading and excitement and skullduggery, as you can imagine, on that. And it's timiest because the first proposed tax options have been made, and they're going to be unfolding while we're doing the project. So it'll be interesting to try those out in the model. I've talked mostly about the power sector, but fracking did come up, and there's large shale gas deposits have been identified, and interestingly in a semi-desert area of South Africa. And the surveying work is starting. It's going to take about 10 years to survey the field. But really, we've got a Water Research Commission in South Africa that are very active, and their CEO spoke at the university recently, and his comment was, really, if that resource is viable, it's going to happen. So South Africa is going down that fracking route, and that's really driven by a developmental economy. And his comment was, the best that we can hope for from a water point of view is that this thing gets done to the highest possible standard. So given resource availability, it's a very, very likely outcome in South Africa, and it is in our model now, and we're going to augment that and try and look at the water consumption of that in more detail. And Mike's comments on alternative water supplies were obviously very interesting for us in that regard. Just as I think it's always good to talk about the shortcomings of models. They're always limited, and that's going to be my last comments. Demand is exogenous to our model, so there's no demand response unless we've got a price elasticity for each end use. So the model's not responding to any changes in prices that are happening within the model. So it's very much, I use the word partial equilibrium. It's in equilibrium with itself. It's not we don't have a general equilibrium with the rest of the economy. So we're doing stuff in the model that might affect the economy, but we're not seeing those impacts. But Diego mentioned a phase 2 yesterday, and at the moment what we're trying to do is we link to a computational general equilibrium model that's an economy-wide model and pass information and iterate between the two. So that might be a phase 2 later where we look at what the effects of including of the effects on knock-on effects to water and energy have on the greater economy, and then feed back into our model. There is actually already a water smart CGE model. And as I said before, times it's about broad techno-economic planning questions. There's not a lot of engineering or economic detail. So we're quite reliant on the quality of the microanalysis we do, for instance, in projecting that exogenous demand. But you won't see that microanalysis in the final product. Okay, thank you. That's all I want to say right now, and I'll take some questions if there are.
Thank you. Thanks, Adrian. Well, for us, I'm being biased, but it's quite an interesting exercise. Pretty new, I think, in the field, at least from the water side, but even from the energy side. I mean, we've heard also from Mike that it's quite recently that they started incorporating water constraints and other things. I think if we have time, it's only for one question before we break. Then I guess we can discuss during the coffee break. Shall we do afterwards? Is it a 15-minute coffee break, Josefina, or yeah?
Yeah. Fine,
do we have one question or any pending question, burning issues before the break?
I better take my role as Master of Ceremonies here now.
You're the Master of Ceremonies.
I think it's fine. I think we can have one question, but we are half an hour late. And
okay.
I think, just to make sure that we keep it on time, because otherwise the next...
So I'm a worse manager than you are. Yeah. Yesterday you were like 10 minutes late. It's okay. No questions? Okay, I guess we can go to the coffee break then. And if you have any questions, just grab Adrian, who is there. We resume in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you. We're going to get started with a new session. We had a first start with the technical considerations, so we heard quite a bit from Anna, Michael, and Adrian on how to tackle the technical aspects and consider the technical complexities when we look at the energy and water planning. And now we would like to move at a discussion with Électricité de France and Abengoa on what is sort of the private sector role when we look at the energy-water nexus and the stresses. What are the challenges that these companies face to reach out to governments in respect to these policies? What are some of the initiatives of the business community to try and tackle some of these issues? So we're going to start with Laurent Bellet. He's a water and energy specialist with EDF, and he's coordinating a very interesting Water for Energy Framework initiative that is answering a few of the questions that were also raised yesterday, particularly with respect to data harmonization, the use of indicators and metrics, and I think trying to have a common framework and a common set of concepts that the community works with is quite important, and I think this initiative has that particular goal. But Laurent, why don't you tell us a bit about this initiative and how the business community is looking at this, particularly as it partners with international groups and governments. No? Thank you.
Thanks, Diego. So first of all, to introduce my subject and to answer to the question about why electric utilities is interested in the water and energy nexus, the equation is very simple. It means no water means no energy. So the equation is very simple. The resolution of this equation is very complicated. So it's why we are leading this project. So this project is born at the World Water Forum 6 in Marseille, so 1 year ago, nearly 2 years ago. And the objective is to provide first result of this work at the next World Water Forum 7 in Daegu in 2015. So for an electric utilities like EDF, the main driver is the global change, not only climate change, but global change and the increased pressure on the water resources. And the change in the use of water and also the change in legislation, taxation. So it is also an issue for us. And we have to keep in mind that it is a shared resource, a shared risk, and a shared responsibility. So it's why we are trying to get the maximum of stakeholders in this initiative to be sure that everybody will have a voice in this topic. So the main first idea is to really have a need for a common language, so to avoid to have a misunderstanding between water use, water withdrawal, water evaporation, water abstraction, water consumption, and water footprint, which is now an ISO definition. The idea is really to focus for the first step on the, if you look at the right side of the slide, on the water for energy part of the problem. So, and to go beyond on the ongoing simple volume method, and to really deal with the risk and the impact on water of our activities, energy activities. The idea is really to be as comprehensive as possible, practical, consistent, and usable for all energy sectors. So including oil, gas, coal, nuclear, hydro, solar, wind, biomass, and geothermal. And to really go from source to service means to take into account the different life cycle step of the energy process. So in terms of organization for the project, just to keep to have a global overview, so we are leading this project. We have an international steering committee with 12 different members, including some who are in the room. Here is Cheng, for instance, from Greenpeace. And we have also an advisory council with the World Energy Council and the World Water Council, because the idea was really to have a concrete example of collaboration between the two sectors, which was not the case before the World Water Forum in Marseille, and to work with the scientific and institutional community, with EPRI, the HE, CWE, World Bank, and others, and to have energy champions for each sectors with the different associations representing these different sectors, so the World Nuclear Association, the IHA, International Law Power Association, World Bioenergy Association, the World Coal Institute, and still to be defined for the oil and gas sectors. So the idea is really to embark on this project all the different energy sectors, and with the leadership, with the representative association of these sectors. So there is a leaflet on the table just at the outlet of the room, so with some details. And the platform, the web platform for this project is on the European Innovative Partnership on Water platform. So we use this platform because we have been selected as an action group. 9 action group has been selected by the European Commission, and this project is one of these 9 action groups. So we decided to use this platform as an exchange platform for a project. So all the details are in this leaflet and on this platform with the contact and the location of the site. So I think that's it. I don't want to enter too much in detail because it can last 1 hour or more. So if you have any global question, I can answer. If you have detailed question, I propose you to have a look on the different documents of the project, which are on the platforms, world platforms.
Great. Thanks, Laurent, for keeping it short. I think we have a few minutes for a couple of questions on the initiative. I think it's for us it's quite an interesting initiative, and it really shows the value of partnerships from different disciplines and angles, and we hope that it has a fruitful outcome as well in terms of trying to harmonize some of this thinking as well. Any questions? No? Great. I hope maybe... Anna.
One question. If for each of the technologies you have, like for coal, you have the Coal Association, for hydro, the International Hydro Association, don't you think that their conclusions will be a little bit biased, or can you explain a little bit how do you check the factors they come up with, like if, I don't know, like if there's peer review, or like other people will check it? Because I'm assuming that then the Coal Association will say, well, coal requires this amount of water, but maybe it's less, right? Because like they have interests. So how do you check that the factors are correct? You can explain.
Yeah, okay. So in fact, the role of this energy champion is really to push and ensure coherence and mobilize the members of the association in the project. But we are providing with the material and the definition and so on to be sure that the coherence between the definition, between the methodology and so on will be applicable. But the main objective, for instance, for the next month is to organize different workshops by sectors and to involve these people in this workshop in order to have the feedback from their perspective and their input, and to be sure that it could be relevant and usable by this sector. And just another detail I forgot to say also, what is important is at the end of the day we will have a set of indicators and not one only indicators, like the water footprint network, for instance, which is also involved in the steering committee of this project because it is important. But we think for the energy sector it's not relevant to have only one figure. And so we think it's really important to have a set or a matrix of indicators depending on the volume, the quality, the impact on users and ecosystems and so on.
Any other questions? Or we move? Okay, thanks, Laurent. There's plenty of time today to follow up if needed. Yeah. Now we move to Paula Darbe. He's Deputy Strategy Relations Director in Abengoa and also a partner in our Thirsty Energy initiative. extensive experience they have in, particularly in renewable energies in very arid regions. They have done a lot of work in Morocco and South Africa, implementing actually energy plants. So Paul is going to tell us a bit what is their experience and their work also on the water and energy and how to reduce some of the dependency on the resource. No? So Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diego. First of all, I want to say that we are really committed with this initiative with Diego and the World Bank. I hope I can make you understand why and along this presentation. So first, as a small introduction of who we are and what we do, I think that today here in this room, everyone has a different role in this sector, and everyone has his own responsibility on that. So we, as Abengoa, we are in the cake, in the part of the engineering and construction of new projects. So here in the table we have EDF, that is in the utility. They have a very important role in this sector, and we provide these solutions for utilities. So there are decision makers also from the political level. So everyone in here room has their own responsibility on that. And we, Abengoa, we are in the part of the engineering and construction. And also we manage long-term infrastructures that has a long-term agreement with our clients. So we somehow operate assets in this way. So what we do in Abengoa, we are in energy and water, but especially in parts of the business that there is a technological component. What does it mean? That we think that by providing technology, we add value to solutions. And we have a strong R&D department that is feeding with innovative solutions to the engineering and construction division, and then we transfer to the concession to the concession division. And in the concession, when we are operating these projects, is where we learn and we identify practical solutions that then can retrofit to the R&D and close the cycle again. So why we are here, and I'm going to tell you in which kind of products are we involved. As you may see in this slide, we are truly focused in energy and water, and I'm going to do an analogy in these two sectors. That is, in both sectors we have a generation of the source. In energy would be a power generation, and in water we have a generation also of the source, if we can call it like this. Like that would be desalination or drinking water treatment, and then we have the transmission and distribution systems, both in energy and in water. So, and at the end, we deliver the water or the electricity to cities. So in Abengoa, we are in these two sectors, in the production stage and the transmission stage. So this leads us in a strong position to maximize synergies between two sectors. And this is a strong bet that we are doing in the last years to join efforts in energy and water and try to understand how can we deliver better solutions. I'm going to skip this slide because most of it has been said so far. And I want to stop a little bit here. We understand the business as this pyramid that I'm showing here. In the very bottom, there would be the equipment solutions or the equipment manufacturers that they provide, pumps or turbines or specific equipment. There are also, in this level, technological integrators that they supply package of solutions. And in Abengoa, for instance, we are basically in the level 2. That's where we integrate equipments and technological package. And at the very top, we find systems that this infrastructure are connected to a system. So I wanted to show this slide because going back to the water and energy nexus, I think that there are opportunities in every level. So for the equipment, we can find more efficient equipment solutions like better efficient pumps or better performant turbines or better water-friendly cooling systems. That would be in the bottom, and the people that is here, they have the responsibility to work on that. At the second level is where there will be a plan itself that we can improve the overall plan performance and plan design optimization, that the people that we are here, we have the opportunity to improve on that. And at the top, we find systems. So when designing systems is when you can take the decisions of, for instance, integration of renewable energy with fossil fuels, for instance, combined heat and power or district heating, energy storage. And I want to stress here because the people that is at the very top that is taking the decisions of the system, which it's going to be the power plant fleet of a country, they have a greater impact. So as much as the top that we go, there will have more impact in downstream. So here there is a call that in the private sector we should be involved in this level with the politics and this planning stage in order to provide our inputs and our experiences in order to make it possible. And I will skip this only briefly that we have been working in a lot of arid areas around the world, like the south of the United States, south of Spain, Middle East, Morocco, Algeria, South Africa. And to end up my presentation, a couple of examples to give some color at this presentation. This is a project that we built in Morocco. This is an integrated solar combined cycle that it's about to integrate a solar field to a combined cycle power plant. We have here an improvement of the efficiency of the plant by heating up the steam with solar, so less consumption of fuel. And regarding water, since Morocco is a very dry area, here what we designed was an advanced dry cooling system with a 95% reduction of water consumption. So that's an example that the technology is there. Combined cycle, that is one of the most efficient technologies of fossil fire, and integrated with solar. So I think that can be a good example that what can be applied in arid areas around the world. And to end up, this last example is a project in South Africa. This is also a CSP project with tower technology, and also is using a dry cooling system that almost no water consumption. What we can do from now on, Diego, is we can provide real data of these projects, because I don't have time to collect all of this, but every data that we can take from real cases, we can provide it to this initiative. And also there is another highlight topic here, that there is 2 hours of thermal storage. I wanted to come back to one issue that Anna has raised before, that it seems that CSP can be the aerial in renewable energies, but we must say that have advantage, and one of these is that can store the energy and can be used when the market needs it. For instance, we have been aware of a project in Chile. Is it mine? I think it's this thing. How do you? Okay, yeah, I think it was yours. So, yeah.
That's Josefina.
Okay. So I was just about to finish, and I was talking about a project that we have in Chile. That it's okay. So to end up, okay. Yes. Very interesting what I'm going to say now, after this stuff. So I was talking about one project in Chile, also CSP, that by using a new development that is using molten salts directly to pass through the receiver, we fit a storage system that can supply energy, that can store energy for 17 hours per day, and it can provide electricity by renewable energy 24/7 every day that we have sunlight. So that was my last point.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. Very interesting. Again, it shows a bit what Mike was saying today. You know, the utilities or the energy companies are really the ones who are sort of pushing some of these new technologies. We have time for a couple of questions, but given that I have the mic in the hand, I want to start with one. And it's mostly related to, without obviously giving absolute figures, but how do these hybrids and these technologies affect your financial sheet, no? In the sense, when you're bidding for processes, for projects, and you have different technological options, do you see that in some cases, you know, financially they are extremely costly vis-a-vis cheaper ones? I mean, if you can just cover that very briefly. I mean, in general, you know, if you say CSP dry cooling is, you know, 10% more expensive I don't know the figures, but I suspect there's something along those ranges. We hear also that the dry cooling also is less efficient, no? And there are these numbers of 4 to 5% losses in efficiencies. I mean, is that what you sort of see? You know, you are really implementing these things, no? Any other questions from?
Okay. Yes, I'm going to try to answer in overall figures. So today, renewable energy is more expensive than fossil. We all know that. We are on the path that we expect that in 6 years, CSP can compete with fossil fuels without any grant from the government. So this is the timeline that we are working, 6 years. The hybridization is in between of fossil and renewables. So the countries, developing countries, we cannot expect that they are using renewable energy, the most advanced technology, and at the very beginning. So hybridization is in a step in between. So first we suggest to hybridization to the conventional generation, and then we can go to full renewable projects. Regarding the efficiency, I'll give you these figures, but dry cooling is effective, and it has led us to develop projects in Morocco and South Africa. So I will work on that to provide you your details, but it's a real solution.
Thanks. Any other comment or questions? Burning issues? No? Okay, thanks, Laurent and Paul, for the presentations. I invite Anuka, Kelly, and Alexander to join us. We start the last block, which is more on the government side. We start with Anuka. She's with the UNECE, the Economic Commission for Europe, and it's the only case, or I think particularly in this couple of days, which has a transboundary nature. So we've been discussing a lot of how do you implement the water and energy at the national level or project level, but the complexities of transboundaries are really, really large. And UNECE has been working on this new initiative for quite a while. So we're going to hear from Anuka how do they try to promote this integration of the water and energy nexus in several countries. And when you have very complex electricity systems and basins. So Anuka, if you can start, please. Let me give you the mic.
Okay, so good morning. This Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, it's at present time framework for transboundary cooperation. It's framework for transboundary cooperation for some 40 parties, and it's in the process of opening globally to become available to all UN member states. So the parties of the convention recognize these challenges related to the resource nexus and decided on an assessment of selected river basins, transboundary river basins, to be carried out in the next year and a half. And these basins are highly diverse in terms of which resource is the scarce one, the climatic zone, etc. They're mainly in Pan-Europe, but also we foresee to look into some African and Asian case also. The status is such that the methodology has been developed. It's out there for comments from stakeholders, and we've carried out a piloting exercise, which I will tell briefly about. And Finland is the lead country for this work, and the main partners are FAO, and the main expertise is from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. So these transboundary risks and implications we feel related to the nexus have not been adequately reflected on or are not being recognized. Like, it's, of course, development is necessary in transboundary basins also, but it should be done with due consideration to the implications also on the other riparian countries. So we need to strike a balance between different uses and then protection of the resource for sustainability. And what we need in a transboundary setting is really increased understanding, dialogue, and participation of the relevant actors. And it's necessary to have effective institutions and legal frameworks that are, there's a balance to be struck between flexibility that has been called for, like when there are low flow situations, that these situations can be handled with minimal impacts, minimal negative impacts, but also that there is kind of robustness, that investments can be confidently made, that there's the countries have agreed, they are politically committed to cooperation on water allocation, etc. So we need decision support tools, appropriate regulations, and political willingness, of course. And the process that has been developed for this assessment, it involves a desk study, but also questionnaires to identify the key issues and also the perceptions and positions of the sectors. A key step is a basin-level workshop that brings together the relevant sectors, but also civil society and the private sector. And there are indicators at two levels, general ones describing the sectors, but also specifically on the interlinkages and trade-offs. And this is a participatory interactive exercise. We really focus on the issues that the sectors and authorities identify as important. And all these assessments go through extensive consultation with the countries, but then also with a task force that has been set up to guide this work. And it has a significant capacity building function. So we use these questionnaires, indicators, and also this workshop process. I was told to be fast, so I won't go into the details, but we use also like spatial information to inform the discussions in the workshop and get reactions from the representatives of the countries. So in the end of November, we had this pilot workshop involving the relevant sectors from Azerbaijan and Georgia, the ministries of environment, energy, agriculture, and there's also this it really underlines how important it is how water management is organized in country, because it can be very different, can lean towards different sectors that are priorities. Like in Azerbaijan, for example, as a consequence of some severe flooding, institutional change was made that it's the Ministry of Emergency Situations that has the key role in water management now. So all these need to be taken into account. And from this workshop, we noticed that people participated in a very enthusiastic way in this sort of identifying the linkages and what are the impacts. And it seems clear that, for example, in this basin, when the prediction is that flash flooding is going to become more important with climate change, this will aggravate the sedimentation and erosion situation, which is already bad. And this leads into siltation of reservoirs. And energy policy has got a role to play here, because urban areas are gasified, but the local people often don't have access. They don't have economic means to benefit from this. So biomass is commonly used, and this again makes the situation with erosion worse. So it's important to look at the compatibility of the different sectors' plans, and where do they clash, and what are the ways of dealing with the trade-offs when they occur. And of course it's easier to always focus on the kind of synergy, but fact is that there's not always win-win in every case. But different ways of improving the situation. In this process, we try to have the participants thinking what kind of actions would alleviate the negative in the nexus and enhance the synergy, whether it's changes to current policies, whether it's new policies, management measures, how the infrastructure is being operated, in what mode, etc. And the particularity of this case is that, of course, there are development pressures. Justified ones should be done in a proper way. And, for example, now when Azerbaijan is acquiring wealth from the hydrocarbon resources, they've got means to improve water efficiency in the agriculture, and this would decrease pressure on natural resources. And about the companies and operators, I just wanted to make the point that you just can't lump private sector in one bag, because there's a kind of transition from the state, because in many of these Eastern Pan-European countries that we deal with, they have companies and operators that are kind of state operators, and they operate not only on the sort of profit-making and economic conditions. And this is very timely, this assessment overall on the Alazani-Ganich, because integrated water resources management plans are being prepared by both countries with the Global Environment Facilities support. And in this regard, we had a very good cooperation with Jeff Kurarak's project. And also there's now negotiation ongoing about establishing agreement on transboundary waters between Georgia and Azerbaijan, and it looks like we are hopeful that there will be a multi-sector representation in this eventual joint body that would support the implementation, but this is still in the making. It's being negotiated. So what can governments do? Ensure collection of relevant data and information, rational and predictable policy framework, of course through permit conditions. They have influence, and from procedure point of view, this environmental impact assessment also in transboundary settings is important to follow. And also the governments could take more seriously their influence, focus more on strategically planning in where infrastructure development should take place. And in this, of course, the scope of mandate of joint bodies like river commissions is very diverse, but broad constituency helps to ensure that different interests are taken into account. And these channels and forums for dialogue and coordination, they often, there are shortcomings there, and this would need to be improved. But with this kind of processes, we hope to support the sharing of information and dialogue. And yes, that's it from me. Just want to say that do take into account the other sectors, as many speakers have mentioned. Is not just water is not a simple sector. It's really cross-cutting resource.
Well, thank you, Annika, very much. Leo had to leave for an interview, so I will be taking over. Very interesting presentation. One question for me, will the framework be available online so other countries that have similar problems can use it, or do you plan to distribute like the case studies?
Yes, absolutely. Everything is put online on the UNEC Water Convention's website.
Okay, so are there any questions from the audience for Annika? No questions. Okay, well, I guess it's time for Kelly. Kelly is working in the Department of State in the U.S., and she will be explaining a little bit the national water and energy policies. How do they translate into local solutions, and what are the lessons that can be learned and can be applied to other countries with similar issues? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you very much. Own domestic experience. Thank you. To inform the dialogues that we're having with other countries internationally. So I just wanted to set that stage. You heard from Mike earlier about some of the things that are going on in the United States, and so I just wanted to bring the discussion up to a little higher level and discuss national water policy in the United States and how that has influenced decision-making on the energy-water nexus. As some of you may be aware, U.S. water rights policy is complicated. We don't have a national policy specifically. It's broken into regions, and at a very high level, there are two different kind of doctrines that mandate the way that water rights are managed in the United States. In the Western United States is something called the prior appropriation doctrine, and very simply, that means that the first people who got there, the first sector who got there, gets the first water rights. And so water is allocated in that way, and it actually originates from the Spanish system, as that was what was influenced in the West Coast. On the East Coast, we follow the riparian doctrine, which means that the water belongs to the landowner. And this comes from basic water scarcity and basic water abundance between the two different sides of the United States. And it has both of them have pros and cons, and the United States has been managing this through time. the way that we manage water manifests itself in the energy-water nexus in the United States. And this is just a map produced by the Union of Concerned Scientists. It's available online, and I recognize that you probably can't read it, but just in generally, red means where there have been issues, yellow means where there's kind of a medium problem, and green means where there's been positive solutions to address the energy-water nexus. In some of the red cases, particularly, I think it's clear that this is a very big problem across the entirety of the United States. We're not just dealing with energy-water nexus issues in the West. We're dealing with them on the East Coast as well. Some of the red issues, a lot of them have to do with the water scarcity issue and high temperatures preventing effective thermal power generation. Many of the green examples, particularly the one in Texas, which is the furthest one down if you're not familiar with all of the states, Texas is the biggest wind generator in the United States, generating between 10 and 18% of the total power matrix from wind. In 2011, Texas had the biggest one-year drought in its history, and due to the wind power generation capacity in the state, was able to prevent blackouts in that state due to a water scarcity issue impacting their thermal electric plants. So, again, I think we tend to look at water scarcity in the energy-water nexus, but in the East Coast we also have a water abundance issue that manifests in flooding events that can impact our energy infrastructure in a similar way. So we saw this case with Hurricane Sandy impacting the eastern seaboard and bringing the grid down there. And so we use these examples in the United States to inform both lessons learned, success stories, and places where we can improve based on dialogues with other countries on where they have similar problems and have introduced innovative solutions. So we're looking to have that dialogue internationally based on our shared experiences. The State Department specifically is focusing on a couple of areas. These are very high level, and so just want to introduce them. They're also aligned domestically with what the Department of Energy is looking to implement on their policy platform. So domestically and internationally, we're talking about similar solutions to the energy-water nexus. The first is to get data. We need to understand better the problem, the connections, the impacts by generating, using, and openly sharing improved sources of data. And I'll show an example of one case study that is doing that. We can deploy technology. We've heard all of these solutions from everybody else so far, so internationally we're all speaking the same language as well. There's existing innovative off-the-shelf technologies that promote energy and water efficiency. We can use non-traditional sources of water for energy production, and we can create water and energy from waste. And so these are solutions that we can start considering. We need to work together. This is also not news. The energy and water decision makers must work together to ensure that decisions made by one sector don't impact the other. We can help through the State Department, through USAID, by strengthening institutions and establishing mechanisms for joint planning and development across the sectors internationally. And we can also use incentives and disincentives as an effective tool to encourage conservation of water and energy globally and domestically. We can start working together to create the policy and regulatory frameworks that strengthen local capacity and, most importantly, to enable businesses to serve as a catalyst for change in this sector. I'm just briefly going to go through two examples domestically. Many of you may be familiar with the World Resource Institute's aqueduct. This gets at the Get Data policy solution. This was a project that was launched, I believe, in 2008 or 2009 as a partnership with Coca-Cola to provide information on water supply globally and helps to enable decision-making around key resources and risk management. And provides an example, so not only is it Get Data, but on the working together side of the policy solution, example of businesses and governments working together to use data to address nexus problems. And this is just one example of a map produced by Aqueduct showing water stress, and the dots are power plants. domestically, in the West, I am using Las Vegas as an example. I think many people are familiar with Las Vegas, but this is a very dramatic visual example of Lake Mead, which is the lake behind Hoover Dam. The difference in just 20 years of the water levels and what this means for a huge population living in a desert. However, the solutions being proposed and implemented at Las Vegas are similar across the western United States, and similar programs are being implemented in Tucson, Arizona, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and throughout the western United States. But again, very dramatic example of what's happening in the nexus in somewhere in the United States. That said, because of some of the water conservation and water efficiency standards that have been implemented in the region, the water use by residents and by the business sector has decreased substantially. And you can see the big decrease from 650 gallons per day, which is excessive anywhere on Earth, to 75 gallons per day, which is more along the average in the United States. This change was created by incentives to customers to remove grass, to remove water-intense kind of plants in the region. They raised prices for water under the in order to make infrastructure improvements. There's heavy water recycling efforts, and on the strip, the gambling strip there, it's almost 100% water recycling. And they're also implementing leak prevention programs, which are saving millions of gallons of water a year. And so because of that, we can look at this, just this image of a huge energy and water use in Las Vegas, and know that only 3% of the water budget here on the Strip is being used. And so that's due to water recycling and water efficiency measures. That said, more can be done. The water in Lake Mead continues to decrease, and so proposals are being considered to implement more indoor conservation methods by installing water-efficient fixtures and appliances, which could reduce water use in the home by 40%. Those are the end of my slides, but these are the types of things that we're interested in partnering with other governments and institutions globally to share our experiences and to try to work together and collaborate on solutions to address the global issue of the energy-water nexus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Well, as Diego said before, the U.S. is one of the countries that started leading the water energy work like about 9 years ago. So it's very interesting to see what has been done. I think we don't have a lot of time, so maybe you can present and then we can take questions for the two of you, because I think we're behind the schedule already. So.
No, I don't have a presentation. Thank you. I was tempted to ask a question, and then I realized that would only go down for my speaking time. I was not on the schedule, Alexander Verbeek, and that also explains that I don't have overhead presentation. And I promised Diego I would keep it short. There are 4 points that I briefly want to mention. First of all, what are we doing with the water energy nexus in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? We are at the moment in the MFA in a time of huge budget cuts, a restructuring of the ministry, and a focus on creating a modern, flexible network organization, which is recognized for its expertise. You see, for instance, that we get much more open and more visible, more transparent in social media. The department where I work for, within the ministry, where I'm the strategic policy advisor, is being recreated actually from basically this week, starting this week, as a department for global public goods. So what we've done in the ministry, we've put together climate, energy, water and food in one department, trying to be as efficient as possible on a nexus approach, not only in the kind of projects that we do where we have to look at this nexus approach, but also from, let's say, the geopolitical impact, as well as, by the way, the Dutch economic and business interest. Second thing, of the 4 things I want to mention, as an example of what we are working on Nexus, we're in touch now with the just mentioned World Resources Institute on what we are planning to do in September in the World Water Week. Some of the ideas we're talking about, and I'll mention them here. If you have questions or comments, please come to me in the break afterwards. I would love to hear some comments back. Probably no time for it now. One issue we want to discuss there is water risk and shale gas and everything related to that. We heard more about it this morning. A second thing we want to discuss in the World Water Week is water risk and coal power generation with China. You just saw on the WRI map that Kelly presented, you saw this map of India with water stress in the north, and you saw the black dots that are actually coal plants that they're building there. This situation, especially in northern India and China, where the people and the coal are in one area, but water is in another area. The water stress gets so severe that it reduces, or in India actually stops the possibilities of getting coal out of the ground because there's not enough water. That issue is the second one we want to touch upon. And the third one we would like to take time for in the World Water Week in Stockholm is probably a full day session on Asia with everything that has to do with the water energy nexus. So think about water coal, water shale gas, water and hydropower, etc. And the Asian Development Bank is involved there as well. So any ideas, input you have, please come to me. Third thing I want to mention, and the last one is a 2-minute video. So this, the one other thing I want to mention, the OMVS in Senegal, an example of an kind of energy nexus project that we were actually involved in before the whole world spoke about energy nexus projects. The OMVS in Senegal, it's a cooperation between Mali, Mauritania, Senegal and Guinea, where these 4 countries cooperate on the management of the basin, and they give an example how you can do this. They cooperate on the use of fresh water. They cooperate on the division of the electricity that is generated by the dams that are in there. And the interesting thing is the cooperation goes that far that even all the infrastructure that is built is collectively owned by those 4 countries. The benefits are divided among the countries. Mali gets, for instance, or at least Bamako, the capital, gets the energy that's generated, whereas Senegal and Mauritania get drinking water. Where does the Netherlands get in? A problem is that, well, this is typically an example where it is a successful nexus approach of water and energy. But with any project, you always have some losers. Always somebody is not happy, which is in this case the people at the end of the delta, where the percentage of fresh water is now so much higher that, for instance, a plant is growing on the water that reduces the possibility for fishing. It creates health problems. You get more bilharzia. You get more malaria problems. And that's where we get in. We have an innovative way of getting rid of this plant that's growing on the water. It has resulted now in more agricultural production in that region, more fresh water, and a healthier population. So that's typically, let's say, a lesson learned for these huge nexus projects, that you always have to look at all the impacts. And there's always people losing out on such a huge project. So make sure that you take care of those aspects as well. That's what we're doing. The fourth thing, I said I would mention 4 things. The fourth thing I want to mention and give you that short video is what the Netherlands is doing. Netherlands is always known for its water defenses. We have to be. I live a few meters below sea level. If you land at Schiphol Airport, you're 4 meters down on sea level. Some people get very nervous when they hear that when they arrive. But our dikes are okay. We have to make them higher. Sea level is rising, and it will rise much more. And we have a problem with the rivers to bring all that fresh water. So we have that reputation, but we also want to be known, and we're working on it, to have innovative ways of generating sustainable energy while protecting at the same time our country from upcoming water. So we use tidal energy from tidal flows, together with blue energy, so energy from fresh and salt water combined, so we can contribute to the Dutch renewable energy targets. Together with some European money, we obtain more knowledge about the ecological aspects and the governance aspects of all this. So together with companies and with knowledge institutes and the government, we're working on a way to make this a kind of strong export product, because we know this can be used in other delta areas in the world as well. And on top of that, the last thing I'm saying before I start video, we're also looking at new ways for decision making and governance on these kind of projects, which are also useful for other countries. I'll stop with the 2-minute video, otherwise it goes on. There is no 2-minute video. Does that mean, Diego, I got 2 more minutes to talk? No, you talk too much. Okay, I talk too much. I'll stop here. It's pity the video is, of course, normally it should be online. I just had it on my iPad. And okay, this is where you can access it. It's 2 minutes. It basically shows you what I just described. I'll stop here.
So I don't know if there are any questions either for Kelly or for Alexander.
Hi, thanks very much for the presentations. I have a quick question for Kelly. I thought that was very interesting. You started your presentation talking about the system of water rights in the U.S. and prior appropriation, riparian rights. I'm wondering, to what extent do issues around allocation or access to water, water rights, water entitlements factor into the discussions that you have internationally in thinking about the water and energy nexus? Because clearly, depending on the country experience and where energy is categorized in the hierarchy of priority uses, that has a big influence on the extent to which energy companies might have an incentive to think about access to water.
Internationally, I think there has been a lot of curiosity about how the United States manages its water resources, and I invite Mike to also contribute to this answer. But we recently have started a series of, well, it's not recent, but we've brought in governments who are interested in learning more about how the U.S. manages its water in what's called the IVLP, the International Visitors Learning Program, and governments who are interested in learning how we do things, whether it's on water or energy or human rights or anything, can apply to be a part of that program. And we bring representatives to the United States and tour them around the country to give them more in-depth answers given by the experts in those countries or in those states who can better answer those questions. But we do lean on the American experience and some of the complexity of it in terms of addressing issues pertaining to allocations. And we have many ways of managing that, because it's such a localized issue. So we do have a breadth of knowledge. Whether or not our experience translates to other countries with stronger national policies remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you. Alexander, one question to you. If I understand correctly, now you try to include the water and the public goods. If that is the intention, what perspective you look at this issue? Do you have any initiative, study, policy study, or scientific study in that regard? Because it's quite new, I'm very curious about that. Thanks.
You mean the last issue I spoke about, what we do in the Netherlands? Okay, yeah. The idea is that the way we worked up till now is in about 3 years ago, we already put water and environment together with energy and resources. And we have now added food to it as well. So now we have, let's say, all these global public goods, but I don't want to start a debate on the definition of global public goods. I've spent too much time of my life on what global public goods are, so I just use them now. Let's say the environmental or the sustainable global public goods. The idea is that if we bring all these together, we can have more coherent policies, like the few examples I gave, and I think we're going to do more of them. So yes. Water, we mention it here as global public goods, but yes, we can have an enormous debate on whether, is it a human right? Can it be owned by companies, or can it be owned by people that are on the land? Is water from a country or not? What do the international treaties say about it? That you have to cooperate on transboundary waters, which probably too much for now to start a debate on. I'd love to continue during lunch if you want to, because we have that debate all the time. Can we use that word or not? But we couldn't think of a better word to describe this department that we are creating at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly, for this really great presentation. Just a question, because the pictures look just too drastic and too interesting, seeing the Lake Mead Dam, well, what it was 20 years ago, what it is now. And the next slide said, despite that all these tremendous changes and improvements in water use efficiency which have been achieved. So what is the reason for the drastic lowering of the water level? Is there less water coming into the system, or coming into the systems through the interbasin transfers? Basically, what has happened with the water? And then a second question linked to what Kathleen just has mentioned before is, the west of the US is mentioned as one of these examples where windfall profits can occur from treating water rights, because in the past, kind of people were triggered to move to the west by providing water infrastructure. And these days, when water has become scarce and the value of a scarce good has increased, if you trade your water rights, your irrigation rights for other purposes, some people have become quite wealthy with this. So is there any consideration how this should be tackled or triggered in terms of equity?
I'll address the first question on the drastic change in the lake levels. There's been a big population growth in the western United States that's driving some of the water use, but this region of the United States has been subject to a decade-long drought now, so it's exacerbating the water. So there's less water coming in, and there's also more people. And so, as many of us have noted, that necessity drives innovation. And so this is why I think the stress in the system has driven places like Las Vegas to implement solutions to minimize their water use, which simultaneously minimizes their energy use. And so, but more can be done, and the lake level continues to drop, and Las Vegas is facing continued water stress. Regarding trading water rights, this is not something that I know that much about. I will ask if Mike feels comfortable answering that question, and if not, I can find somebody who's more knowledgeable about U.S. water law than I am to answer your question.
In the western U.S., water rights are identified as property rights, so it can be sold. So that's people that were there 300 years ago, 400 years ago, and have those property rights, and therefore they can sell them just like you would a piece of property. So there are some places where there are some economic advantages. I don't know that we've had anybody that's made a windfall, if you will, but there are some legal requirements on all the states about how you can transfer water rights, such to try to minimize any windfall profits. But they are classified as property rights, and therefore you can sell and trade.
Are there more questions? Or otherwise, I think there's a World Water Day event right now. And I hope you have enjoyed our very long panel with the technology people, the government, the private sector. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed and you learned a lot from it.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much, Dio, for putting together this very nice session, and to all the governmental initiatives, trying to influence government policies here. We are going to start with the side event, and of course those who don't want to stay at the side event, they can leave, but I recommend you to stay, because this is going to be important, and we're all trying to make sure that we influence, what is going to be said during World Water Day. So perhaps what we can do is to start with presenting Adil Safar, who we had yesterday, who is going to chair this session. But can I make a couple of logistic announcements first? Please go ahead and you can present the... First of all, please, those of you who want to go to the technical visits, don't forget to sign in at lunchtime, because otherwise, people cannot get organized on logistics, so please do that. And right after the side event on World Water Day, we will be going downstairs to do the family photo, and then we will have lunch. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Adil, the floor is yours. I take it that you will present your other speakers, etc. Okay.
Thank you very much, Josefina. Yeah, you can of course leave, but then you won't get any lunch.
Well, I do want to sit next to you.
Okay. So we have 3 very short presentations to orient you to what we are intending to do. I will be sharing the starting presentation with my colleague from UNIDO, Kristen Susan. And I think by way of... By way of introduction, just to remind that UN Water is indeed a global event. The UN Water, which is a coordination mechanism for all UN agencies, is mandated to lead the process and also to identify what topics are discussed each year. And about 3 years ago, UN Water had agreed collectively, these 31 UN organizations, that this year the focus will be on water and energy. And that focus actually is reflected in then a number of other events. Most notably, the World Water Week in Stockholm also takes on the same topic, and so we have a continuity of discussion throughout the year. So that makes it actually very effective that World Water Day is not a singular event, but it's actually a stream of events that take place throughout the year, and there's a very significant policy uptake in the process. I also want to point out, before I get to the presentation, that while we have a singular event, which I'll be describing in a moment, in Tokyo, there's literally thousands of events across the world which are connected. Many of them are supported by the UN Water group as a whole. And many of the UN Water members and partners institutions are involved in their implementation. So, as I mentioned already, the main event is going to be in Tokyo at the United Nations University headquarters. And we've been quite busy in preparing for the World Water Day event itself. There's a website which is now active where you can download graphic designs, information about the topics. There's a number of links to information resources. And there's also a meeting space where you can actually advertise about your own event. So it's really quite nice of a way of bringing everything together. We're very active on social media. The World Water Day Facebook page has about 38,000 followers, and the Twitter feed has about 13,000, close to 14,000 followers. So there's a lot of uptake of discussion, and particularly the Twitter feed already has been quite active now for more than a month on the water energy issues. UN Water and particularly UNIDO and UNU together are preparing an advocacy guide which will talk about some key messages and also some information resources in a single document. There's been a number of preparatory events. Yesterday I presented some key findings from the UN Water Seminar that we had in Stockholm, and of course this conference itself is also a major event. Question.
Thank you, Adil. Well, what's the key message of the World Water Development Report? There are two sections. One is on the higher level policy section. This is to address the water energy issue within all the discussion which pertain to water development of an SDG on water. The second policy element is to really develop or to promote the development of policies for the integrated management and governance of water and energy in this nexus. And again, it will spill off. It will not be limited to water and energy. It's also tackling the issues of water, energy, land. Then more towards the implementation side, guided are the four next points. It's making the business case for the water energy nexus. That will be one of the key issues for the World Water Development Report. How to create an enabling environment through public-private partnerships, or how to create an enabling environment through economic instruments like pricing. Fourth element will be how can we improve the joint access. Again, there is this field of tension, urban versus rural access to water. And last but not least, we need to look into the long-term sustainability of water and energy systems. We have seen quite a few presentations today, interesting presentations. Everywhere in the world, scarcity will become an issue or shortage. So again, how can we make our water and energy systems sustainable in the long term?
Okay, thank you.
And now I pass back to the housekeeper, to our colleagues from EE.UU who will host the event on their premises in Tokyo.
Thank you. In terms of the events, we start actually on 20th of March, and there is going to be an international training workshop for journalists. And the idea there is to bring journalists from around the world together to really focus on the specific issue for the World Water Day. We've done this, we meaning UN Water has done this a number of times, and it's been very successful. There will also be a focus on the Asia-Pacific region, and by being in Tokyo, that's logical, and we have partnership with the University of Tokyo, and the Japanese government is supporting this initiative. There's also a technology exhibition and a photographic exhibition, and in fact, there is a competition going on for photography. We just started a couple of weeks ago where people can submit their photographs online, and the winners will be displayed at the exhibition. The main event will be on 21st of March, which we realize is a day before the actual World Water Day, but because it falls on a Saturday, we decided to host the main events the day before. A key point, as Kristen pointed out, will be the launch of the World Water Development Report, which is also on the same topic. There will be a keynote speech by a high-level personality from Japan, and we're still in discussion about that. There will be two panels. One is going to be high-level ministerial, head of UN agency level dialogue, and the key issue there will be to look at some of these larger policy ramifications, particularly the post-2015 development agenda and the SDGs. There's a working level dialogue, and there will be two presentations. One would be the Water for Life Awards, which are organized by the office here in Zaragoza on behalf of UN Water, and the Stockholm Water Prize is also announced at the World Water Day event. Question.
Thank you. Well, again, what should be the output and the outcomes of the World Water Day? Why do we host this event? Why do we organize it? One of the key issues is information which is available needs to be shared. And information will be shared in the forms of photos, photographs, images, as well as on technologies which will be available. After the World Water Day, we'll come out with a meeting report which will summarize the findings from the various discussion panels. And again, if you look at the panelists, this might become a very interesting document. There will be stronger media engagement to bring the awareness on the water and energy nexus to a broader public and to achieve public outreach through focused media stories. We'll also have a policy output. This will be a policy in the form of a policy brief, and which will be disseminated to the UN system, again having in mind all this intense discussion which are targeted towards the definition of the Sustainable Development Goal on water. And last but not least, and again Josefina will provide a lot of information, is then the engagement in follow-up events. World Water Day is not a one-stop celebration. This celebration should take place throughout the year. So we get an overview about the public events and, last but not least, also what will happen during World Water Week in Stockholm in September this year. Well, why are we here? We want to linkage this conference, the outcomes and outputs from our meeting to Tokyo. So basically what we want to bring in our luggage from Zaragoza to Tokyo will be case studies which present success stories, in particular about public-private partnerships, how the water energy nexus can be effectively addressed in this constellation. It will be about the application of technology, research and innovation. Again, as I mentioned, how can we achieve sustainability in this nexus? And I think it's quite important that we start to really realize we cannot no longer look at water in one sector, in one silo, energy in one silo. They're interlinked, and they're interlinked with other natural resources like land. And what we want to bring to Tokyo is also how we can create this enabling environment. What incentives can be provided to promote the more efficient use of water and energy, and what funding mechanisms allow to promote this more, or the creation of this enabling environment and the creation of a framework which provides the necessary incentives. Well, and just for your information, please find, Adele mentioned before that there is a Twitter page, there is a Facebook page. Please find the addresses. So, and feel free to post a tweet or to become engaged on Facebook too. And with this, I would like also to hand over to our hosts.
Yes, thank you very much. We quickly move on to the other two presentations and see whether we have time at the end for some question and answers. I'm quite pleased to introduce my colleague from the Japanese Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, Mr. Sawano. The Japanese government has been very supportive of the arrangements and has been very closely engaged with us in the planning. So, Sawano-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm from Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. We call it EMIRIT, Japan. Firstly, I just quickly introduce our water management schemes in Japan. So, since water management issue comprises many stakeholders, so and ministries are concerned are also diverse. Among the ministries, EMIRIT has a pivotal role in coordinating other water-related ministries. EMIRIT manages water at normal time and also emergency situations such as flood and drought through the quantitative and qualitative data management. One of the grounds for the appropriate water management is water resources development promotion role. Since 1960, we experienced the rapid growth of the economics and population, and it accompanies the requirement for more water. So, to alleviate the friction and make the appropriate development schemes, we introduced this law, and this law requests establishment of the basic plan for water resources development. So we coordinate many stakeholders or users to establish and allocate the appropriately the water volume to future social and economic development. There's several steps in left side. I don't have time to explain, but anyway, it combines the process of national and local government dialogue and also stakeholders as well. So this is a description of basic plan. So we set a target on demand and supply. And we, according to the demand and supply scheme, we set the future plan for facility development. So these schemes shows national strategies, and but at the same time, we try to make good use of our assets, utilizing latest technologies and paying close attention to the management to get more fruits from them. So, for example, this is one example. We promote low-head hydropower generation at many places. This is other example. We utilize the sewage resources energy by introducing solid fuel facility, methane fermentation facility, or also we introduce a phosphorus collection facility. And we also promoting the, some innovative sewage technology demonstration project. Just a moment. So the role of the government is not only provides stable energy and water, but also we have the responsibility for the risk management, especially hydro energy generators basically located in the relatively safe place compared to the thermal generator places that are located in the coastline. We experienced a big disaster like tsunami. So at that time, the first moment who is recover from the disaster was the hydro energy. So we are combining such kind of schemes to provide a safe and reliable country to the people. So we are looking forward to seeing at UNU headquarters in Tokyo, Japan in coming March. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sawano-san. We'll hold off the questions if there's time at the end. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Seo Utsunomiya, who's representing the Kumamoto city in Japan. And the Kumamoto city has also been closely involved in organization of the World Water Day activities. And part of the reason for their engagement is that the city won the Water for Life Award this year, which is given out by UN Water, in recognition of their very interesting approach towards water management. So, the floor is yours.
Buenos tardes, señoras y señores. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Seiyo Utsunomiya, and I am one of the coordinators for the World Water Day 2014 events in Kumamoto City, Japan. As some of you may be aware, Kumamoto City was awarded to win the United Nations Water for Life Best Practices Award last year in 2013. When we heard that the 2014 World Water Day was going to be held in Japan, we really wanted to get involved. Winning the Best Practices Award in 2013 has really helped to raise awareness regarding water issues within our region. We hope to keep this motivation and interest in Kumamoto strong by holding an event directly after the Tokyo Awards ceremony. Our events will run from Saturday the 22nd of March until Sunday the 23rd of March, and will provide you with an opportunity to experience Kumamoto's unique water environment. In addition to some interesting speeches, there will be a chance to visit Kumamoto's famous castle and a local beautiful green environment. Kumamoto is located around one of the world's largest caldera volcanoes, Mount Aso, and thanks to our natural groundwater springs, we are proud to offer our citizens mineral water straight from the tap. We'll be able to invite about 10 people and arrange a return flight from Tokyo to Kumamoto and cover the cost incurred during their stay in Kumamoto, for example, transport accommodation. We do have a lot more information about the event, and about Kumamoto City, but unfortunately, we only have a limited amount of time. So if any of you have any questions or would like to know more, then feel free to come and see either myself or my colleague Tsutomu Nagata later on. We hope you will be able to join us in Kumamoto and celebrate UN World Water Day 2014 with us. Muchas gracias por su atención. Thank you very much. See you in Japan.
Couple of minutes we can still take. Thank you very much for these very brief but informative presentations. If there are any questions or comments, now is your opportunity. Yes, Josefina.
I just wanted to make sure that we sort of say what we promised. There is some copies of the messages for World Water Day, which are here, and they're also posted outside in the main hall. And we are looking forward to your comments on this. I think a lot of what is being said is relevant to the messages, both illustrating them and also sometimes a little bit different. So maybe we can get some feedback from you. And I think you have the copies, no?
Yeah. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Josefina. We have a few printed copies. You can pick them out on the way out. And we're quite pleased to receive any comments or suggestions for improvement, as we still have a couple of months to go. Before we get to the World Water Day, we can certainly refine and fine-tune our messages to make sure we're covering the whole spectrum of issues. Any other comments or points? Kristen, do you want to add something? Okay, well, looks like we're standing between you and lunch. So thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to seeing many of you in Tokyo. As I mentioned yesterday, if you're interested, please contact either Kristen or myself, and we'd be quite happy to accommodate your engagement and participation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Adil. So now we are going to go downstairs, outside, to do the family photo, and also lunch is also downstairs. You have to go back in, and then behind the reception, there is some stairs that you will go downstairs to have lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget to sign in for the technical visits, please.
That's one of the most interesting aspects of cultural issues. I worked in Indonesia for 2 years. Pleased to meet you.
And see you in
I learned in China a few words. Indonesian was fluent. 3 years China was just fluent. Japan is the first time in my life. I'm looking very much forward to see
So at that time, maybe Kumamoto area is very good. Because south part is already start blooming of the sakura.
That's going to be very I'm looking forward to it. So far I only saw cherry blossom in Washington DC, but now I see the source of these beautiful trees.
Oh, and this. Check it.
How do you say thank you in Japanese?
Thank you. Arigato.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks for...
Yeah, I'm excited to give a show too.
Yeah, Josefina saw the presentation. There's a smart way
¿Pero estás para hablar? Mira, te voy a dejar yo cuando pues acaso si me das para lo voy a poner yo, que si no estuviese el City Event 2, ¿vale? Aquí dentro te meto el tuyo y pondrá, aquí voy a poner 02 consumos para que esté colocado, ¿vale? You have the presentation now, So that's all. No, that's no. That one is not the one we. All right. So you want to take. Roll it down. Roll it down.